切查个大查，来查莫为罗有爱来，不呀不。
Also this morning, we have Todd Bearshill and Willie Kindle that need to be excused, and Charles Brave will be late. Is there anyone else that needs to leave early today? Bill?
2 o'clock, I got a cut for it. That's what we got one.
Stan? Anyone else? Nope. Need a motion to excuse? Wayne, second. Ben, question? Phillips, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
No voting? This morning, council, we have Dallas Nelson here from Umpo that is on agenda to address the council. Umpo, do you want to come up? I mean, Umpo, Nelson, Dallas. I have Umpo in my mind. I don't know mine is. This year. Yep. No, that's just for the radio station.
Okay. Imani mashte chichi apelo, Dallas Nelson a match apelo le ampetu ki la pota makoche unkit khapi iong la kapite. Na tokechti imagla kingtelo. Oglala makoche emataha, oglala kota hemacha. Ate waiki Daniel Nelson at Chiat na ina waiki yuna Yellowbu at Chiat. Dina at Chiata unchi na kaka Willard Nelson na Francine Brewer Nelson ewi chak yap. Na ate at Chiata gaka na unchi Wendell Yellowbu na Millie Hornclad at Chiat. Alea betu ki shichanku makoche lila tawa chianka. It's good to see everyone, and thank you for giving me the time to present to you an opportunity for the Rosebud Sioux tribe. I passed out the resolution that has been approved by the Land and Natural Resource Committee. And along with that is also a small informational packet about the opportunity. So I'm here today in support of this resolution and in support of the tribe to take on this opportunity. The opportunity is to be part of a Lakota collaboration in getting land returned to our nations. So currently there are 4 tribes that we've engaged with. The Rosebud, this one, and then Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, Standing Rock Sioux tribe, and Oglala Sioux tribe. All the 3 tribes have approved this very same resolution with some minor changes, but the gist of it is the very exact same thing. So I'm here as representing AMPO. I'm the Tribal Engagement and Language Specialist. So AMPO is a national indigenous-led Lakota organization. We focus on land, language, and our culture. We partnered with the Nature Conservancy that purchased this land last year, October. This land is about 25,000 acres. It's a buffalo ranch. They purchased this land with the sole intent of giving it back to the tribes.
Give it to Chris.
It serves as a buffalo ranch for the past 30 years. Yeah. So this land was purchased and it was operated as a buffalo ranch for the past 30 years. DNC has purchased this again with the intent to give it back to the Lakota people, but also with the requirements of keeping the conservation value of the land and running buffalo on the land. Currently, there are buffalo on that land that is not owned by TNC, but there are opportunities for the tribes to get some of the buffalo on the land. So I'm here today to field questions, to share more information if we need it, and more importantly, just to be here in support of the resolution and in support of the tribe today.
Anyone have any questions for him? No? Ben?
Good morning.
Oh.
Thank you for coming. Ben Blackford III, True Straight Council Representative. I guess, this is a good opportunity. I think, you got to read a little part of it though, but I know here on the Rosebud, we have about maybe 3, I think, buffalo type, people that are taking care of our buffalo and things. So I was kind of curious, how long have you been doing this, and, how to get into it, and are you familiar with everybody else's? I know Standing Rock has a big one too. Quite a few up there, brown otters that have a big buffalo deal up there. So, for me, it's how long have you been doing this? It's from my part.
So AMPO is a new org. This was founded by Jody Archambault. The organization started this year. We just recently partnered with TNC earlier in the year too. But me personally, I haven't managed any buffalo. I know of all the herds, and I know at Pine Ridge we have 3 different herds, maybe 4 different herds, private owners, and the tribe has a herd. And I know Eagle Butte has a few herds, and then Standing Rock, of course. But the idea behind this with working with TNC is the first phase of this project is up till September. We want to engage all the tribes, get them on board via resolution to start the planning process. The first phase is to design an entity to take the land. And I know within this tribe, within this resolution is Wayne Boyd and Russell Eaglebear. These individuals have worked on doing something similar with Teshla. So getting the experience and the knowledge from the individual tribes is key because the tribes, this is a tribally led process. So the tribes that are designing this are going to be the voice of the whole process. So once we bring them all together, they'll decide on what type of entity. Then end of December is the land management, I believe what you're trying to mention. So how do we manage the land with buffalo on it together with 4 tribes? So that's the question that the tribes will come together and answer. And AMPO's role in that is to help facilitate the conversations between PNC and the tribe, but advocate for the tribes too. To advocate and provide the necessary information, et cetera, to make a sound decision. So it'd be helpful in that role. So.
Yeah, that's another question I had on because I said, we have like 3 of them here on the Rosebud. Most of them are tribally, SGU and also tribally owned. But again, I guess the land is kind of what we're kind of looking at. I know Buffalo is all over the whole state of South Dakota almost. So, but I'm glad we're probably getting this opportunity, especially for the land management. So that's one of the reasons why I have concerns about how long we've been doing this and what we're going to do. Because taking on another project is a little bit more stressful for us with all the economy and just a burden to be dealing with. So anyway, those are just my questions. Just want to make sure they have to. Thank you.
Wayne?
Thanks, Chairman. Morning, Council. I just want to take 5 minutes to kind of explain further to the public that are listening on the radio. I think this is probably the first time that many of them are hearing of what we're trying to do today. So again, I just wanted to let the public know that there's a large buffalo ranch just south of Rapid City. It was called the 777 Ranch. It was recently purchased by an organization that wants to give that land to the tribes here in the Great Plains, and they selected like the 4 tribes: Rosebud, Cheyenne River, Pine Ridge, and Standing Rock. This land is kind of unique because of these people that that ran that Buffalo Ranch, they were really interested in conservation and the environment. So they've kept really good records of how the grasses and the actual land itself improved when they switched the ranch from cattle operation to a buffalo operation. So, it's one of the wishes of the conservatory that in giving us that land, that we maintain that same relationship with the buffalo so that it's good for the land and good for us. But I just wanted the public to know that's what's going on today, so.
If no one else says anything, Wayne, do you want to bring this up as emergency legislation?
Move to bring on emergency legislation.
Second, Marion? Question, Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Motion to approve, Wayne?
Move to approve.
2025, 153.
153?
Yeah. Second? Emily?
Starts with fifth whereas. The Nature Conservancy, TNC, a global environmental nonprofit working to create a world where people and nature can thrive, purchased an approximately 25,000 acre buffalo ranch in western South Dakota between the Black Hills and the Badlands, with the intent of transferring it to tribal ownership for long-term stewardship. Whereas TNC has partnered with UMPO Inc., an Indigenous-led nonprofit organization dedicated to restoring and protecting Indigenous peoples' relationships with their lands, languages, and culture, to facilitate the tribal engagement process to support their rematriation of tribal lands, the restoration of sacred relationships between Indigenous people and their ancestral land encompasses the return of land, knowledge, and practices. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council appoints and designates Russell Eaglebear, Cultural Liaison to the President, and Lewis Wayne Boyd, RST Treasurer, to represent the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to engage in planning process with TNC and UMPO Inc. and other Lakota tribes to collectively co-develop a rematriation strategy and management structure consistent with Lakota values and tribal sovereignty. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts and approves the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Land and Natural Resources Committee to appoint and designate Russell Eaglebear, Cultural Liaison, and Wayne Boyd as Treasurer to represent the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be it finally resolved that the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or their designee, it says his, delegate are authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? If not, I need a question. Michelle? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I had my hand raised to say something.
Oh, I didn't see you, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. You know, something very needed, and you're really sincere from your heart. And you said you want to advocate for the tribes. That's very good, but most of all, advocate for the land also, and our buffaloes, the relatives, you know, because we've seen it here where they've been neglected at times. So this is a good project to get going and to lead in a good way, to show the people how to take care of the land and the buffalo at the same time. So thank you very much.
On my
Ben?
Thank you. Again, yeah, glad that we're doing this, getting this opportunity. We'd like to see, I guess, the workings of this project down the road here, especially like, I guess you said in December, majority of what that come about. My concern is like, you know, with our land base, we have a lot of overgrazing in some areas. That's why I had the concern, and we had 3 here. You guys know a lot here in South Dakota, so overgrazing in some areas is one of the toughest issues. And of course, the financial part of trying to feed them, I guess, is a big thing. So, but anyway, I just want to see if we can kind of, I guess, monitor it. I suppose monitor your progress as we move forward. I know we do have the 2 delegates here, but But I would like to see maybe either at the president's office or maybe the Land and Natural Committee, and we have an update on that. Because they are, when the committees do come here, we do have an update. So there's something like that in the future, just so we know what's progressing. Most of the time here, we get it approved and then you don't hear about it anymore.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just something to come back on and say, hey, this is what's happening, this is what's going on. So at least we have an update on it. So, but thank you for doing this and appreciate it. Good luck.
Anyone else? Russell?
Tocare io raggiungevo un pezzetto, come l'eletrum che vita amata da come un po' perché come ama vola cosa ama unifi o hanno da come voi quando happy da quello che non pogasa che ho trovato perché che voi when you happy da so. And then I just wanted to ask, thank you for allowing me to say a few words. I want to thank you for coming, and somebody said at 1 o'clock, so I said, that's Oglala time, so you're early. But anyway, you know, one of the things we can actually do right off the bat is to go see, there's a rotation system that they have. And I think it's what, 20 units or so?
Yeah, they have 20 paddocks where they rotate the buffalo throughout the year. So they've allowed the land to regenerate and the buffalo have healed the land. And what's unique about it is that they've documented over 200 animal species returning to that land, along with over 150 plant species that have returned. So,
And the other thing too is the cultural sites that are there. And we want to make sure that that's protected. Buffalo will protect that. But one of the things, some of our tribes, I know this tribe is kind of lacking on buffalo management. And here we have 2 guys working at ranch. You know, 25,000 acre land, 2 of them. They have a system. And so I think we need to send our people up there to learn the management of buffalo, learn how to take care of the cultural sites, learn all these things. And it's a free opportunity for us to send our people there to train them. And so I know we had that problem at Eshla with our buffaloes. And, you know, once they get out, I mean, they're hard to round up. They're not like cattle anymore. And so we really have a good opportunity to have a good working relationship with all the Otechi going to 7 council fires. So it is a good thing. It's going to be down the road, but we need to train some of our own people how to manage the buffalo and the land. So with that, what would like to share? Well, thank you for coming, and I don't know if they have pizza for you this time. This guy here, this young man, he's a treaty man, so you gotta really honor him that way. You're gonna get his platoons back from your treaty so he can go over his leg.
Thank you. Lila?
Thank you. Very much to work with our chief Jody Arsha Mashkeva. It's really nice that we'll be able to work together and do things in a grassroots setting. Bagosh na elk tuja, you know, people come and do things and then leave us on the res, and you know, here we are. But you know, just in light of you know, my Shijeshi over there, that you know, the passion we have here with our buffalo, and we're learning again how to live with them, how to take care of them, and Ashna Victoria went outside. That's you know what comes to me as we're doing this together in a good way, and we really need to teach our young men how to get back into working buffalo and how to bring that out in themselves, because we have so many young ones that are lost because we're not we're not given this opportunity as well as the horsemanship. And I have two sons, and I know that that's a part of our young men's role to go out and do these things, and it's gonna bring them good things and, be able to promote. So this is exciting for me, that, like he said, and that way, we can do our own thing at this level, pull things together, work with each other, and for the future, and our what the work that's done there is really important. We've been spearheading that for us for a long time. So, it's really good you come today. Hopefully, Jeff.
If there's nothing else, I thank you for coming and can go ahead and.
You are walking like company.
No jerky this time?
Seen him braiding these in the parking lot this morning. I forgot my red spray, so there you go. Put it on your neck.
Thank you.
Not like cool yet.
Okay. Wondering if that was even.
Did you like that jerky? That's really-
I have the United States Attorney General's office, Ellison Ramsdale, for 1:30. However, I knew this wasn't going to take too long, so we're going to move them up to now to address the council. You want to come forward and introduce yourselves? Leave it by yourself.
Hi, I'm Allison Ramsdell. I'm the U.S. Attorney for the District of South Dakota. I've been in this position for the last 3 years, so I've been before this council, some version of this council before. We try to come once a year, tell you about what we've been doing in Indian country, in Rosebud in particular, and improve public safety. And we came now in response to your declaration of emergency. Talked with the president shortly thereafter, because we too were getting calls from the press about your state of emergency, what we were going to do about it. And what I told the press and what I told the president, what I want to tell you all, is we see ourselves as your partners in improving public safety. We are not opposed or adverse to any of those ideas. We work down here every day with our federal partners and our tribal partners to investigate crimes, and in our office to prosecute those crimes in federal court. I only brought 5 annual reports, but they're available online as well at our website, which is justice.gov/USAO-SD. I can send that website to the president if you want to pass that around. But I will circulate these about halfway through. I think it's around page 38 or 42. We have case highlights from Rosebud. So these are cases that we resolved in 2024 related to the Rosebud Indian Reservation. Not all cases, but cases that we thought represented a good cross-section of the type of work we do here. You can also see charts comparing the amount of work we've done in past years. So you can see 2023, 2024, and 2022. And you'll see a drop. You'll see in 22 and 23, the numbers were pretty consistent, and last year the numbers dropped. And we can talk a bit about the many reasons that might be. I'm here with my colleagues. Troy Morley is our tribal liaison. He's officed in Pierre. And Greg Peterman is the first assistant. So he's the second in command over the entire district. He's in Rapid City and in Sioux Falls. So together we represent all three offices in South Dakota. And really, this is a time for all of you to ask us questions. In addition, we wanted to raise one issue that we want you to have in mind for further discussion another time. You're seeing this issue come up right now in Pine Ridge, and it might become an issue here, so we want it to be on your radar. You want to address that? I'll pass it down.
Sure. So, my name is Greg Peterman. I've been prosecutor for the Justice Department for 30 years last month, within the last week rather, was my 30-year anniversary. The first time I ever landed in South Dakota was on this reservation. Now, remember Mike Swallow? That's going back 30 years when he was a legal services attorney here. And I applied for a job in Mission and ended up going to Fort Yates, North Dakota, as it turned out. But anyway, here's what we're seeing down at Pine Ridge, what we're seeing really throughout the state, and not just in Indian country. It's juveniles committing really heinous crimes. When I was growing up, you know, maybe you could knock a mailbox over, or, you know, you blow up some fireworks where you shouldn't be doing it. But we're seeing really violent crime being committed by juveniles, including murder. So in Pine Ridge, at the moment, we are prosecuting 3 juveniles for first-degree murder, separate cases, a 13-year-old and 2 14-year-olds. And the tribe, understandably, is beside itself as to what to do to address this sort of crime wave by juveniles. And so we have the ability under federal law to prosecute juveniles as adults. And we're used to 15, 16, 17-year-olds. And we've been doing it for decades, prosecuting not every juvenile, but ones who commit murder, ones who commit perhaps very heinous sexual assaults, and maybe some juveniles who the tribe just says, look, this is a one kid crime spree. We want you to move this kid into adult court. And we've done that for a long time. But we're not seeing until recently 14-year-olds committing homicides. All 3 of these killings were with guns. And then we had a 13-year-old kill his grandparents with a firearm. Now, under federal law, if we want to transfer a 13 or a 14-year-old into adult court, there's a provision that says the governing body of the council, that's of the tribe, rather, that's the actual quote, you all, council, has to approve the notion, the principle that if the United States Attorney's Office deems this juvenile so dangerous that they can transfer, they can try to transfer. The court still makes the ultimate decision, not us. But we would move the court to transfer those juveniles into adult court. Only if the tribal council gives us permission to do that can we so move a 13 or a 14-year-old into adult court. So we went to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council a couple of weeks ago. We presented it through correspondence. We presented this issue to them. And the council voted, they passed a motion to give us the authority to move the federal court to transfer the first juvenile, the first of these 3, into adult court. A side note, the court rejected our application and we're appealing it because we think she's mistaken. But in any event, we're going back to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council at some point because we want to refine that motion. The judge took some exception to some of the language that the tribe used. I thought the language was not only appropriate, but it got right to the heart of the matter. That's a separate issue that we're going back to the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council hopefully next month. So we want this on your radar, respectfully, if it's something that you would consider doing. This is your call. It is not ours. But we're seeing in Rapid City, in Sioux Falls, all over the country, and we all know about it, this rapid rise of crime committed by juveniles and some really violent matters. So we're going back to the Oglala Sioux tribe. Once we get, well, excuse me, I shouldn't say get, if the tribe continues to approve that, we're thinking about sharing with the other tribes in this district that language and present it for your consideration. We're not doing that today, but we want to address it.
Tammy?
Good morning.
Morning.
I have a question regarding the, what you just talked about. What is the ratio between, non-native adolescents to native adolescents? Does this, what you guys are talking about, apply to the non-native, the white people, the whatever's, you know, or is
Only if we had
straight across the
jurisdiction.
board?
Right, only if we had jurisdiction. Right, this is, well, here's the thing. The tribe can only approve the transfer of a juvenile, and that's in the code too, of course, into adult court if the tribe has jurisdiction over that juvenile. We can still, however, move a non-native juvenile into adult court without the tribe's permission because that child is someone the tribe wouldn't have jurisdiction over. So frankly, it would be easier for us to move a juvenile, non-native, into adult court because we wouldn't need tribal permission.
Yeah.
But the thing is like, you didn't really answer my question. Do you guys do that a lot more with the non-natives juveniles?
I've never seen a case now, I should never say never, right? I've been in the Rapid City office for 30 years. I don't think we've prosecuted a non-native juvenile for a crime of this nature.
Okay.
And we're, of course, to be honest.
But it does happen.
Absolutely.
But you wanna prosecute ours.
I want to prosecute all, not just yours, all. Because if I've got jurisdiction over a juvenile who commits a murder in the Pine Ridge Reservation on Rosebud, you better believe I'm going to try to transfer that kid. I don't care, non-native or native. I got a victim, right? At the end of that homicide. This one instance, 2 grandparents. So no, it makes no difference to me.
You wanna talk about the difference between?
Mike and Emily,
Yeah, good morning.
sorry. Hold the thought.
Minors who are processed through the federal system, where do they eventually end up, incarceration, I guess?
In a juvenile facility, there's only about 2 in the country. It vexes us, frankly. We used to house them up in North Dakota at a place called the Southwest Multi-County Correctional Center. It's a phenomenal place. Federal judge, you probably know Karen Schreier, visited it many years ago. They do not get, hang on a minute, that is if they are prosecuted as a juvenile. So there are facilities.
Prosecuted as adult.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'll clarify. Yeah, where do they end up?
Yeah, I wasn't sure because maybe I wasn't answering the question you asked. First and foremost, the federal system tries to house people in the federal system near where they live. So a lot of the people, many of the people we prosecute in South Dakota in federal court will go to Waseca, Minnesota, Florence, Colorado. Those are the 2, depending on the level of the crime, even sometimes Yankton for nonviolent offenses. But I can't tell you precisely. I think it'd probably be a pretty good estimate, though, that an adult who commits a violent crime that we prosecute in South Dakota in federal court has an excellent chance, if you will, to go to Florence, Colorado. Because there's everything from a boot camp there to maximum security. I mean, the guy, Kaczynski, and a lot of terrorists go. But it's an enormous facility, and there are all levels of detention security in Florence, Colorado. But there's no promise, there's no guarantee.
Could you kind of elaborate on what you just said in terms of there's all kinds of
Right.
options there?
Right. The Bureau of Prisons.
Basically, I'm concerned about what happens to a 13-year-old,
Yeah.
14-year-old. Where do they ultimately end up if they're found guilty of, a federal crime, murder or manslaughter or whatever, and they're tried as an adult.
That's a great question. I can only tell you the facilities where I think those persons would end up. However, it's absolutely something I can look up and will look up.
I mean, they
with the Bureau of
don't end
Prisons.
up in an adult facility and are intermingled with adults.
No, I don't think they are at all. I don't think they
That's
are
really
at
the
all.
crux of my question.
Well, it's a fair question. You want to put a 13-year-old murder defendant in a cell with a 45-year-old gang? No,
A 13-year-old,
Yeah.
first,
and still will be.
mentally, yeah.
No, but it's a great question, and I'll take it up with the Bureau of Prisons, and I'll get you an answer. Because I'm sure they've designated places around the country where they may be with adults, but not the kind of place where maximum security in Florence, Colorado.
So there's some consideration as to their age and their when it comes to incarceration.
That's right, seclusion.
And I'm asking,
No, sir.
for information, just for information.
No, it's an excellent question. There's protective custody
Thank you.
situations as well. There's no way they're going to be placed there, but I'm going to get you a better answer from the Bureau of Prisons.
Emily?
We'll bring that back.
Thank you.
Hello.
Sorry, I'm trying not to take up too much
You related
time.
to Cheryl Hyman?
Marriage, yes. So sorry to take us off topic, but since you brought it up, hey, I just was wondering, in some of the language that you mentioned, maybe another tribal nation that's using this similar instance, are they doing it like as a blanket thing, like this approval is gonna go, and then if so, who makes that final determination? Is it only the legal court system that would make that determination, or would the, administration or tribe have any final say on a case-by-case basis if that was allowed, or in that instance of approval?
Sure. The Oglala Sioux Tribe's motion that was passed is blanket. We ultimately, at the U.S. Attorney's Office, decide, are we going to try to move the juvenile into federal court? We're not always successful because, again, we don't make the final decision. We only make the decision to move the federal court rather. We want this kid moved into adult court. It is often a 2-day hearing. It is hours upon hours of testimony and evidence about social upbringing, about education, about substance abuse. Many tribal officials will be brought up, educational background, to testify in federal court. I once did one for 16 hours of hearings, and ultimately the court denied our application. And I'll tell you, we probably prevail in about 40% of our applications to transfer juveniles into adult court. And make no mistake, we only bring that application, I would estimate 15% of our juvenile cases. We're prosecuting a lot of juveniles, most of them, probably 80%, 85% remain as juveniles through the federal system. And one thing I remind people is the federal system has excellent services for juveniles, both when they're in the system and when they're out of the system and on post-release. We call it supervised release. A juvenile can be on release for 5 years after they've come out of prison. The U.S. Probation Office has excellent programming for them. So sometimes people will push back and say, no, let the state do it or let the tribe. No, we have a lot of resources. We think we do a lot of good prosecuting juveniles if we can catch them. It's pretty tough when they've committed a homicide or double homicide at 14 years old. We'll do the best we can. And for instance, the case where we did not prevail recently, if we are not successful appealing that decision, that young man will be out at 21. In 7 years, he'll be out and back on the reservation. And the Oglala Sioux Tribal Council is aware of this. Not specifics, of course, because we can't reveal the identity of juvenile prosecutions. It's confidential to the public. But their resolution is a broad-based blanket resolution, right? Not a case-by-case. And here's what I would say. I think it's a reflection of their trust. We've been doing it a long time. I've worked there 28 years, that we will make the right call, that we don't just wake up one morning and say, let's transfer all these juveniles. We're very particular about it. The United States Attorney plays a very close role in when we move to transfer, when we try to transfer a juvenile. It's a real deliberative process. We don't just let anybody, one of our prosecutors, just move forward. We talk a lot about it.
Thank you. I think you answered my other question, which was going to be, do you take into consideration the development, the circumstances of environment? And it's clear you do it with that statement. I was just wondering, for food for thought for us, if we are going to move forward for something like that, you know, we have our own jails, we have our own courts, we have, you know, so I'm just thinking about what opportunities do we have to link our rehabs, to link our other opportunity and resources to somebody that is 13-year-old versus somebody that has maybe had a decade or something longer of brain development and life experience. Thank you.
They're all considerations. And by the way, before I forget, the federal statute lays out all those factors. The education, the upbringing, the social networking, family, all that's in the statute. So we must consider it.
Thank you.
Greg,
Yes.
you want to talk about, how many cases we do? I mean, when you say 40% of them end up here, 15% of them end up here, sounds like it's a lot. It's like 15 cases a year.
Right.
It's all tribes across the state.
That's right. All 9 tribes. Probably 15, maybe 20 in a bad year.
Chris.
So we're not doing like 10 juveniles a month by any means.
Chris.
Yeah, good morning. Kichachka, I want to say, good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving us this. I remember the review from last year is really good. So so we want to trial our Native youth as adults, if they commit horrendous acts against people. Of course, by any means, we want to stop the crime, but at what point is that as far as you guys go? And then because what I'm thinking about is what I'm trying to say, get my point across is how do we heal them? How do we, prevent this from happening again? Because you throw a kid in, throw a book at the kid and he's in there at trial as an adult, as a little kid, and he's in there for 20 years, he's going to become institutionalized. He ain't going to know anything else after that. So, and that's the thing that comes back is that institutionalization. So how do we fix that? What do you guys do to help with that part out? If you guys want to take our children and prosecute them like an adult, how will you bring them back sophisticated? That's, I guess my concern.
Well, it's certainly a concern you all have to think about. I want you to understand, we're not here telling you we want you to do this, but it's out there and we want you to at least think about it. You'll tell us. If you come back and say, we're not going to go with 13 and 14-year-olds, respect that, and we're going to continue to do what we do and we won't be going there. This has come up now, and we wanted to bring it to your attention. It's a question throughout juvenile prosecutions around the world, frankly. What happens when these kids come out? If he's 23 or 25 or 30, and he's been in prison all that time. Again, I would say the U.S. Probation Office has an excellent program for that, but that's not defending what we're asking for. We just want you to ponder it and think about it. You'll tell us whether it's a bridge too far.
The reality is our office does not have a hand in what happens after they go.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for.
Right,
Yeah.
it's the Bureau of Prisons, which is part of our department, but it's a different agency, and it's probation. One thing we talk about and the court talks about is the idea that young men aren't fully developed mentally, right, psychologically until they're 26, because that's one thing we think about. If a young man or woman kills somebody at 14 and then they're out 7 years later, especially if it's a young boy, we're holding them an extra 5 years, get them further down the path of rehabilitation. And that's something the court would consider when it comes time to sentence. And then the WOP would have programs to rehabilitate.
Totes and Lila.
Good morning. My colleague here mentioned something about, he said brain development. And prevention, brain development, it all starts from the home. We shouldn't even be having 13-year-olds do these crimes. So us, the Ocheti Shakoi, our tribes, we should be working on prevention. Maybe we should start prosecuting our parents who have their young children, because we do have some 10, 11, 12-year-olds who consistently go into JDC. They're always having problems. We need to start prosecuting their parents because their brains are developed that way to harm, to abuse, to kill, to threaten, to be negative. That's the way their brain's wired. And sometimes there's no turning back when you're an adult, when that brain's wired that way. You know, and for someone who's taken a life, 7 years ain't enough. They should be in there for life. Because the family that's left alone has to deal with having that loss forever. So as tribes, we need to try and do a prevention, and we need to start prosecuting our parents so they don't get to that point where they don't have no emotions, no feelings, where killing is all they want to do, especially to grandparents. You know, where's the parents at in this role? And you know, we can't, we can offer prevention, we can offer healing and all these things, but it's not going to work unless that family or that person's ready for it. So this goes further. There's going to have to be a bigger process to all of this for prosecuting a minor as an adult also. Where are these parents? You know, maybe we need to start housing them here. But I just wanted to bring that up because I know we have parents listening, and we have a situation out to Antelope right now that's really an uproar. And you know, it comes from the home. It comes from the home. And as the Sichongo Yate, our ancestors never did these things. So we need to look at the path that's in front of us and how our ancestors took care of themselves too. But yeah, we need to do some prevention. We need to start prosecuting parents. Thank you.
Laila?
Madam Chair, good morning. It's good to see you all again. Don't seem like a year already, but time flies. I just wanted to let our listeners out there know what we're talking about right now. This is very serious, very serious. And what is happening throughout the country as in Indian country, I would even look at, you see 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13, you know, it's getting younger and younger where our children are being set up by others to commit these horrendous crimes. So the older ones don't have to take the bait, you know? And it's really concerning. There's a lot that, lot of work that we have to do as council. We used to have a lot of programs here that did prevention work. We had a wellness court, and, you know, it was effective. So we're going to have to look at those things again, you know? But one of the things that is really, really sad is, as my colleague said, our parents are not held up to any standards when their kids are in trouble, you know? And that's where we're losing our younger generation. Parents are not held accountable for nothing, you know? And now grandparents are getting killed probably over their bank card or their car keys, you know? And the development of the brain is not, it's instant gratification, self-gratification. They're going to get it one way or the other without realizing the concept of when you're killing someone, that's it. That's forever. And, you know, I really feel bad for you guys because it's come to this now. But, you know, I think as a tribe, in all tribes, we have a responsibility to our children. Sitting here, I have a responsibility to all these children on this reservation that it's sad that our children would have to go to prison at 13 years old to rehabilitate. That's where we're at. You know, it's unfortunate, but there has to be the prevention work. We got to find a way to help ourselves. And, you know, when these children go off and, you know, we say, yeah, go ahead, take them. You know, do what you think you got to do with them. That's not your job. That's our job. It's sitting here. And we're passing the buck off. And I think that's baloney, you know, basically, because we here should have, you know, we got programs, we hire people, we bring people in to help us. We should make those determinations based on individual facts. You know, we have recidivism in JDC. We got to have, you know, look at those cases. You know, some kids, they're just run amok, you know. And, you know, sometimes some of them do want to stay in JDC because they have structure. But these children who are committing these crimes, they don't have the structure that's needed. And, you know, going out there and seeing how rampant it is and it's hitting the reservation, we have had to deal with that recently. And we've taken measures to help ourselves. We have taken those measures to help ourselves here and help our communities. But we, you know, these children, they're taught to not love themselves. They're taught to not care about themselves. And the more that they're tossed aside, you know, they don't want to live. And when they're killing someone and it's not registering in the brain, you know, in the Lakota way, we have our way of the psychological brain development. And they tell us, you know, all the way, the soft spot, all the way up to a certain age, the brain is still squishy. So, you know, we have our culture, our cultural ways that tell us these things. And I would recommend to you guys, you find some cultural experts to help in whatever it is you guys have to do. Because, you know, throwing our children over, it's just no different than the boarding school. You know, and we're trying to heal from those atrocities. We're trying to move forward. But how can we when we're not doing our job as Lakota people? We should hold ourselves accountable. I don't even think that should even be an option for you guys. You know, it should not even be an option or a discussion that, hey, okay, we have a 13, 14, you know, to me, that's pure laziness on our part. Because we have our own laws and we should use those laws to protect our children. And, you know, there is I worked in the foster care system and child welfare for a while. And there was the Mari developed this program. It's called Family Group Decision Making. And we used it here. And those types of programs, and, you know, they're effective. But what holds us back is that the family unit now. You know, we have so much things going on here that are hitting us. And now we're even looking at cuts, more cuts. And what are we supposed to do? You know, just pawn our kids off, you know, and that child is going to come back here and say, hey, you guys did this to me. You know, you sent me off and I was locked up I'm 21 years old now and I wouldn't answer. You know, they're gonna come back here and they're gonna hold us accountable. And, you know, I don't take this lightly myself, you know, and those of us who have children, you know, it's sad. It's really sad. But our communities have been getting more strict with curfew. And, you know, those things, you know, the preventative things there that we have. So, you know, I'm just blown away, you know, at those ages that those things are happening and how they get these guns. You know, the guns, they have guns and where do they get them? How do they, I mean, we got guns here. You know, people walk the streets and these little guys, they have a gun. You don't even know if a BB gun or it's a real gun, you know, but that's where we're at. And it's really sad and it's unfortunate what you guys are having to look at now. So I think with us as a council, you know, I'm really glad you brought this to us because we're going to have to do some deep thinking here, you know, when it comes to what our tribe wants to do. So I wish you luck and, you know, it's tough, but I'm glad you're explaining all this to us. And I hope our listeners out there are listening because, you know, our children, they're our greatest resource. Our greatest resource, and we cannot give up on them at all. Thank you.
Ben?
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for coming. I guess this is a good opportunity for me to actually understand how other tribes and other people are being affected by these types of situations. And I know you bring it to light, especially as you guys come in here to meet with the government here, which we are a government body. We've been hearing this throughout the whole, I think like last year, our law enforcement has come and they have given us these types of situations where the crimes are not getting more, they're getting more violent. So our law enforcement, which was last year, he came here and he said, yeah, you're not getting more crimes, they're getting more violent. You know, and that's kind of one of the issues we've had is that it's not expanded like in most of our communities. It's not like more people are committing more crime. It's not went up to 20 or 30. It's just that they're getting a lot more violent. Rapes, you know, assaults, murders, you know, things to that effect. Now, again, it's a cycle that we've seen all these years about how our society is letting this happen. There's nothing that's going on. And for me, you know, this is almost like a solution for us because I know when I was growing up, especially here on there, we were scared. We didn't want to go to federal court. We didn't want to do these things because it was bad. Our parents were the ones that are guiding us, you know, have given us that structure. But right now, I don't see that in my own community. You know, like I said, I think this past week, I think we ran into maybe 3 to 4 people who were on drugs, meth, you know, doing violent, you know, hitting cars, beating on cars, trying to pick a fight of some sort. You know, I've seen a lot of people, I guess, getting out and fighting because of these, whatever reason. I mean, it's almost like, what do they call it, road rage that they have in the cities where they just jump out and start fighting each other. I mean, this is the way it is in our streets here right now. So it's kind of violent. And I know with some of my colleagues that we had this issue come up with one of our communities where there was some violence that came about there, really violence that came up. So, you know, to me, it's really concerning to me every day that we see this. Now, of course, my community isn't as bad as other communities because my community, I know that it only happens on the weekends, first of the month, you know, EBT, things to that effect. You know, it's not sporadic. Most communities that we see right now, it's every day. It's an everyday thing, which is kind of crazy. Right? So I'm kind of torn between, you know, we did have a couple, I guess, forums try to enforce our laws to say that to make it more stricter about, you know, about our eviction. So that's one of our biggest concerns right now, especially even at the curfew. So, you know, I'm torn because right now, again, with rehabilitation with our younger generation, because right now all they know, it's almost like our epidemic with diabetes. You know, when our older generation didn't have the access to sugar, but now they do. We got McDonald's, we got, you know, everything, cheeseburgers. You know, it's easy for us. So that cycle is they're gonna get diabetes quicker rather than 50 years old, 60 years, or you get it in 30, 40 years. You know? So that's the change. So with our crime rate, it's almost the same atmosphere where, you know, our crimes are getting more violent because our kids are not getting that structure or that guidance or, you know, that what to do. And it's really bad because in a impoverished area, especially here on Rosebud and other reservations, that's kind of what they have to resort to. And it's really sad because we know these people. We know these juveniles that are going out there at night. A lot of us say, gee, I wish we could take them in. I wish we could do stuff. Then of course we take on that burden of actually having to deal with them and, trying to straighten them out in some way. But because they don't see that guidance or that structure, they just think it's okay for them to do whatever they want to do. So going back to guns, I think it was during the pandemic, out there in the streets, we have a lot of relatives that go out there. I have family that are out there that are addicted to alcohol and drugs. So they go out there and they tell us what's going on in the communities about all these crimes that are happening. Well, this is so-and-so, that was happening. Now, factual stuff, I'm not sure, but at least we know what happened because that's what comes up with it. But I know during the pandemic, they said they bought guns. A lot of our supposedly gang members, these kids that didn't have anything to do, bought guns. It's okay, they got guns. Wow, where did they get these guns at? Oh, they went here and they got guns. Okay, now what? The only thing they got the guns, but they didn't get no bullets. They couldn't afford it. The money they got, they bought the gun. They can't afford the bullets. So that was really interesting. Now they're saying, okay, well they're buying the bullets now, but they had to sell the gun. So those types of things are going on in our communities. Those are a lot of things that are. But the harsh part of it is we're trying to make at least a difference to say, well, do we need stricter guidelines? Do we need stricter issues and stuff? This situation you guys are bringing to us, I always say we should be proactive than reactive, to say that we should be probably looking into that right now because, again, it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen because of this impoverished area. We know it's going to happen. So why aren't we doing something about it? I'm glad you guys are here to give us this information what other tribes are trying to do and what they're looking at. It hasn't happened here, but again, with all these violent crimes that are going on, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And with our law enforcement being I guess limited, a lot of people that they have as far as I think they only have maybe 11 officers with the amount of land base that we have. It's really hard for them to go out there and try to do things. So I'm sure the chairwoman did that state of emergency, but a lot of things I guess come into play here about what we're going to do. It comes down now to the juvenile, the curfew. What are we going to do with them? Our law enforcement says we can't do anything with them. It's like a citation. It's like, oh wow. So what do we need to do? So again, those are things that again for me, I always want to make sure that we as a government body are addressing that and helping to try to, I guess, not imprison them, but to help them. But again, if they go to that point, this is what's going to happen. It's almost like a background investigation. You do a background investigation, which you did in the past, and you say, oh, I regretted that. I didn't want to do that. But it was still in your background. So in this case here, if you kill somebody, you're going to get some harsh penalties no matter what. And that's what we need to do is pushing those harsh penalties. But why didn't you mean to do that at the time? We understand that. But consequences, understanding, accountability, things to that effect. Those are just my concerns right now, but I'm glad that you guys are here giving us some kind of option because I know we had several hearings about our meth law, about how strict that's going to be, our bootleggers, our even our curfew violations. There were some hearings here, and a lot of people came in, the public came in to address those types of deals. But we as a government body need to make sure we have that understanding of what we're trying to do to make our community safer, our tribal members safe, and it's hard. I mean, I said this past weekend, people fighting in the middle of the street. I mean, what do you do? They come knocking on my door. What am I going to do? I got to defend myself. What am I going to do? Am I going to kill this guy, or am I going to? I was in the military, so I mean, again, there's some issues there. And I say it's really harsh because what do you do? Now I know some of our elders say, oh no, they're having a hard time. They're having a hard time beating me up, or what's the deal? I got to defend myself some way, and I'm not, it could go to violence where a life could be taken. You never know. But what can we do to help that? In our communities, our programs, we got to make sure that they have at least some resources for our kids to go out there and say, let them know it's a bad thing. So it's really tough, but I know my time's almost up here. So I just want to make sure that for us as a government body, relaying what our younger generation now is capable of doing, because they don't have that structure. So that's just my concern. So I want to thank you guys for coming and bringing this opportunity. And for us as a government body, we need to make sure we get that I guess, addressed and also dealt with, rather than just waiting for, let's see what happens. So anyway, thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No. Tammy, Mike, Royal, Michelle.
Just a quick question. I know you guys probably aren't just here to talk about juveniles, right? Okay. So I have another question. Our tribe has declared a state of emergency on the increase of violence and drugs. Are you guys aware of that?
Yes.
Okay.
have you guys consulted with our chief of police? Are they wanting to, work out some type of strategy or plan? That's just one. The second question I have is, our drugs, are very here on the reservation. And I kind of wonder, how the investigations go, because clearly you can see, some of them, who are totally unemployed, no income, but they're living in very nice trailer houses, driving nice cars, and all of that. Why isn't that, being looked into? Why isn't it considered like tax evasion or something? I see quite a few of that going on, living outside their means on a zero budget of income. And, they're benefiting off of these, people who are addicted. Because they're taking the money from the ones that do have the children, that do have, homes to support and whatnot. So those are my two questions, but, if we want, if we need to invite our new chief of police on here, I don't know if you guys haven't met him yet, we can gladly do that. I can.
So the week that state of emergency was declared, we had a phone call with the president and a few others, including the chief of police. Make sure that we're on the same page and continue to talk as the plan is developed. As I said, we want to be part of that plan. We want to be your partner in improving public safety and responding to the crisis. Troy came down today and met earlier before he came here with the chief of police and or Travis Police Department. We have attorneys in our office who work constantly with your local police on ongoing investigations. We also have a drug task force. The whole central part of the state covers Rosebud, FBI agents, tribal police, TCI, state has some agents on there, so they're,
Yeah, I
drugs
understand the
are
whole
here, right?
process, yes.
And so, and they look at money issues with that too. They have the IRS looking at any money laundering issues. And so those investigations are happening. You don't always know they're happening. These things are on people's radars.
Always. We're not gonna claim that we're gonna solve it all. It's an uphill battle, right, for decades. Right, but we're never gonna back off. We're not gonna stop. These task force, we're never gonna allow anybody to take them away. The department in Washington has never threatened to take them away. We're not going to. We continue to staff them as people come and go sometimes. The tribe is always, sometimes the tribe is able to put some staff on there, sometimes they're not. We know you don't have a lot of officers uniformed, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna come down here. We could use the help, Pine Ridge, when they're able to, assigns an officer. But if Rosebud can't, we're still here. We're not just sitting up there in Peter, not back off. But as you said, it feels like nothing's happening, right? But I can assure you, if you look at our press releases, every week we are sentencing to long prison terms, people that are peddling dope, Indian Country, Rapid City, and Sioux Falls. Look at our website. You can call us anytime you want on a particular matter.
That was just a couple questions. Thank you.
Mike Royal, Michelle Phillips.
Yeah, I appreciate, all the commentary. I can't resist saying something, a little bit on the light side, but serious, but also in a serious vein also. I wish that the government would exercise as much energy as they're exercising now to root out illegal aliens. I wish immigrants, I wish they'd come into Indian country to root out our drug dealers. Government would show that much energy that, and I wouldn't care how they did it, quite frankly, because I'm one that believes that our problems really didn't take off with our young people until the hard drugs showed up in Indian country 15, 20 years ago. There's a correlation between what's going on today and when meth hit the scene, that was just like throwing gasoline on the fire. And that's really at the root of a lot of our problems with our young people today. And there's some outside cultural influences also, you know, but that's something we can deal with. The drug thing, I mean, it's not getting any better, it's getting worse. And again, there's a direct correlation, you know that, between drug use, meth particularly, and what's going on, you know, when it comes to violent crimes with the younger generation.
Royal Michelle Toth. Oh, shoot, sorry. Michelle?
Hi, guys. Thanks for coming. I guess my question was along the same lines as Tammy as far as the state of emergency, because we haven't, I guess, been informed of a plan or anything, and you guys seem to know more than we do. So just trying to see what the plan was as well.
Our role is just to be a partner as the plan is developed. So I don't have any special knowledge of a plan that you guys don't have knowledge of. It's residents.
Okay, but you said there was a plan when you first started talking.
So we got on a phone call to discuss working together on a plan.
Okay.
See, when the state of emergency went out, we have to have a plan, but because of the situation and conditions that were happening on our reservation after the event that happened in Antelope, I put it out. I didn't want to put it out until a plan was in place because that's how the process works, but it was urgent. So I put the state of emergency out. The state of emergency reaches out, contacts federal agencies, other funding agencies, other organizations to know that we're putting this out and we're going to need that assistance. We're going to need more funding for law enforcement. We're going to need more law enforcement officers. Each program that is going to be a part of this is getting me what they're going to contribute to it. I haven't outlined right now. I haven't put it out because it's incomplete until all federal, state, local agencies bring me their input to put into the plan. That needed to happen first, but because of the urgency of need, I already put it out because then that reaches beyond the reservation, and it has. And so all these people are now contacting the tribe wanting to know, what can we do to help you? Okay. So that's why they were a part of it, because they're one of the agencies that reached out because of the state of emergency that went out. So it'll be coming. I have Linda that's had 2 strokes. I have 2 other staff that are sick. So that's kind of put a stop to the process. We were going to try to have it out for this meeting. However, this is bronchitis. Linda is in the hospital, so I'll get it out as soon as I can. I just have to pull all these entities in, put that plan together, and then present it. I don't want to put something incomplete out and then be questioned. How come you don't have this? How come you don't have that? Once that plan's in place, I can put it out. Then you guys can look at it and decide what else do you need to add to it. Any contribution you want to make to this emergency plan, you can bring it to the office and we can incorporate it in there. But right now, it's building.
Well, we appreciate the info because we get a lot of calls from a lot of people and a lot of concerns from a lot of people. What does this even mean? Like, what's happening? We're not having council meetings. We're in a state of emergency, but yet council's not even meeting. We're in a state of emergency, yet our agenda is filled with different things and we can't even discuss what the state of emergency is. And as elected officials, we have to listen to the people and speak for the people. So that's why I mentioned it, because we don't know anything. So we don't have any information to give to the people as far as what are we doing as being in this state of emergency? What does that even mean? So thank you for the information.
Royal.
today was sort of pictures stuff a lot. What I was hearing is what you guys are in the Sioux Falls and Rapid area, and you guys work for the state, right? Federal government? Okay, good, good. When it comes to federal law, and we look at we look at history, and we look at and you said jurisdiction, and then we look at Major Crimes Act, CRODOC versus United States, and then we look at all the how the federal government can come on tribes. They have that jurisdiction to come on and enforce Major Crimes Act. And I know in the past, being here, Randy Seiler came here and then law trained people and went to law school. And then I had been on judiciary, and at the time, Marco Standing High, Matt Rappel, Matt was married to a tribal member and prosecutor, chief prosecutor, and he found funding for more prosecutors. But when we look into history, and Matt talked about knowing who belonged in our jails, and talked about, and Mato did, was a tribal member, so we had that area of law where they actually cared about tribal membership. And I think Matt was surprised to see, I think it was a double homicide on the reservation. But when we go into history, and then I went to a law panel, a law symposium in USD, and Frank Palmershan, he was also here. And then we look at USD law, and then we had some presentations on treaties and how 68 and 51 are different from all other treaties ever made in the United States. So we look at that history, law, and then we look at the federal government. A lot of history with Rosebud Sioux tribe, and starting with Crow Dog, and then Governor, Democratic Governor Knipe taking Rosebud Sioux tribes, Supreme Court, and all those things. A lot of history. So I see Pine Ridge is the take on allowing you guys to go in and give that jurisdiction and allowing those agreements. And when I look at it, I look at bigger cities. You look at Minneapolis, Denver, New York, Los Angeles, and their populations in the millions. When you look at tribes, they're so far apart in their communities, and so tribes have the option to stop drug use and all this violence, because big cities with populations of millions, they're not crying for help, or they're not throwing their hands in the air saying, hey, the meth or the drugs are out of control. They're not saying that. Big cities, they have population of millions. Tribes are so far apart and so scattered. Tribal officials and police departments and every entity wanted to stop that. They can, because they're so far apart. The communities and the reservations are so far apart. They can. I think that we don't want to at this time. I don't know why that is, but I don't see big cities throwing up their arms and saying we can't do it. As I know, tribal governments can do it because we're so spread apart. We can. So I see that state of emergency and things like this. I see that people looking in, they look at us like, okay, we see these big cities and they're not crying for help. We see tribal governments, and they're so spread apart, and the population is lower than a big city. So do you guys see stuff like that too, where you see tribes are spread apart, less population than a big city, but yet I see all the crime and the abuse. I know that some people see it like that, but I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you. Joey Apple.
I want to wait till Madam Chair gets back in the room with my question, or for her to.
Who was next on the? I'm sorry. Was it? Any other questions?
I just wanted to get a couple comments.
Good morning. Thanks for coming. We really appreciate you taking the time to visit with us. My questions are more in line with, you guys are going through the same thing that we're going through with the new administration and not knowing what kind of cuts you're going to have, what kind of staff you're going to have, authorities you're going to have. And so I'm more interested in hearing from you how you're going to get through that and how you can help us with our problems now. What resources are available now, what can be available. That's my ask, but I just want to spend a minute about some history. One of the things I always ask when I meet with you folks is that there be some consistency with how we're treated. I mean, years ago, we were under state jurisdiction, then we had the famous Weenie Weenie case, so that the feds protected us and brought us in under their jurisdiction to get us from what was happening and all that unfair justice back then. Things went well until they had the reform and the war on crime, and in that law they forgot that everybody else in the country has to commit a federal crime before those new laws applied to them. Make it easy to prosecute, mandatory sentencing, that kind of stuff. They forgot about us because we're on a reservation. Every crime we commit could be a federal crime. So again, they were unfairly putting us in prison, giving us unfair sentences. So it's inconsistent. So we fought against that. Now, and I'm swinging the other way. Everybody's throwing their hands up and say, we can't help you. We need to be treated fair and consistent and responded to in a way that works with us. You understand what I'm saying? We need your help now, but we don't want you to send us to El Salvador. I mean, that's I'm saying it in jest, but back then that's how we were treated. And we don't need to be there, but yet we need to address what's happening now because it's very, very serious. We don't have the resources we need to handle it on our own, but we need to know what you have to help us get in the right direction.
So I can talk about our budget first and how that's affecting us. We are on a hiring freeze right now. We can't hire anybody new, and we've lost people because they had that resignation program where you could resign and still get paid to the end of September. So we have people do that. So we have about a third of our office is gone. But fortunately, we still have really hardworking colleagues and prosecutors. So we haven't seen any change in the services, in the bodies, the prosecutors have been able to dedicate to Indian country. So down here in Rosebud, we have a dedicated prosecutor. We have about 2 dedicated prosecutors doing the work. And we are going to do everything we can to make sure we keep those resources here. We may have to start looking at doing a different kind of work here. So, and this gets to your issue of are we treated fairly, because of assault in Rapid City might not go to federal court, but an assault here would. So we're going to start thinking more about what level of assault should come to federal court as opposed to private court, if you have the resources to handle it.
And right now, that's the thing, we don't have this resource.
Right.
We don't want to be mistreated also. That's it.
When it comes to, drugs or internet crimes or any of that, that's level playing. We don't, have separate laws for Indian country as we do for non-Indian country. We have caught trafficking methamphetamine, you're gonna get the same sentence depending on your history that you would, regardless of your background, as you want to add.
Yeah, only that, no matter what happens in East Coast, DC, we will never diminish our commitment to public safety in Indian country. It's what every one of us have done for decades. And when that hiring freeze is over, we're going to replenish those ranks. And we will continue to work here and on every other reservation in the state. That commitment will never diminish, not as long as The three of us, or most of our colleagues who are still around, will be there. Never pull back that commitment. Nothing will ever get us off that focus. This is what we do. I don't know how to put it any plainer.
I mean, Troy's an example. He was reassigned to a national task force for missing and murdered Indigenous persons, but he's still working with us because he knows we have a need to cover violent crime in Lower Brule and Crow Creek, so he's come back to help us prosecute those cases.
Casey, down here.
Tell us then, Lila.
You know, what I'm about to say, similar to Michelle and Tammy. You said something, Allison, but you kind of explained yourself. You said, we have a plan, or you're working on a plan. Well, our Madam Chair declared state of emergency, and the people voted this body, and not one of us knew about it. And the people didn't even receive a PSA either informing them. What you just explained to them, they've been asking for that information. And how many weeks later is it? We need to continuously inform our people of what's going on here with everything. And then, Madam Chair, you also just said that you're working on an outline. We would like to see that outline today, even though it's not done. Because no matter whether you have, and prayers out to Linda, but whether you have staff ill or not in your office, things still must need to move on because the people voted us in. And there's a lot of issues. This is really concerning to all of us because we've never had these issues this high here on our reservation. The guns, where are these people getting these guns? Where are they getting these young ones? Where are they getting all of the guns? And the drugs coming in. So we need to have a plan. One of our community members does have a plan right here. Because if you declare a state of an emergency, you don't wait months or weeks after to have a plan. You have a plan put in place immediately. And you share that with the people and with this body, because this is serious. We've never seen it this bad on our reservation. So we need to work hand in hand here to find a solution instead of trying to keep things top secret or wait till things come out on this agenda. We need to be able to see this agenda ahead of time so we can read things, so we can have questions ready to ask instead of trying to read through everything the day of. But I'd like to see that outline today because the decisions that we make here don't affect one family, don't affect the few, it affects all of them. It affects the Oyate and most of all, the generations to come. People voted us in. We need to start working together and we need to start keeping that communication open. So let's start informing the people. Let's get things out to them. And thank you guys. And I hope that you do continue to work with our new chief of police. He's got a lot of good ideas that's going to help the people. And I hope that we can find a way to work together to bring people in to also help us to patrol in our communities and get things done. Thank you.
Lila?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no objections, I'd like to give the floor for our tribal member.
Any objections? Any objections? No? Okay.
Counsel in U.S. Attorney's Office. I'll just have something briefly I just want to state. 9 years ago, the U.S. Attorney's Office came down and had one of their visits with counsel. And at that time, we're talking about working together hand in hand to combat things. And a lot of it's rehabilitation, prevention, etc. Well, at that time, when I spoke to the U.S. Attorney's Office and to counsel, I had asked about a halfway house being put on a reservation. And I asked at that time if there were any halfway houses anywhere on a reservation. I think at that time they told me they were working with one tribe, I think it was Standing Rock, and I think they said they had another one. I'm not quite sure, it's been 9 years. But, and they, at that time, they told me they were gonna work with our tribe in establishing a halfway house, not just for juveniles, but for adults too. And I think that's really important that we have a halfway house here on our reservation for anybody getting out of the federal system, whether it's juveniles or adults, because a lot of times when our people are sent up north and are prosecuted, they sit up there for months before they're prosecuted, and then they're sent off 99% out of state. So, you know, a lot of them have never left the reservation, especially our juveniles, and they're put out there. And one thing, you know, that I'm proud to say of our Oyate is that we really try to support each other. And when they're put up there, a lot of times we don't have a lot of our young children are being raised by grandpa and grandmas, and they don't have the means to get up there and visit them, while they're waiting to go to trial or whatever it may be, or even if they're put someplace like you guys mentioned, you have a place in North Dakota that they're sent to. That's a long ways. And support is really something that people need, especially the juveniles and the adults. So in order to be successful, you know, I would really like, again, I'm asking you to please work with this council and our tribe to get a halfway house here on this reservation. That way that they're in a familiar environment, they can have support, you know, everything that they need. I believe we have all those resources here that would maybe be, you know, meet the criteria for a halfway house. But I'd really, again, like to see that worked on, because I think that's really important for us to start healing and start helping, especially our juveniles. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I was at that meeting. I was the reentry coordinator at that.
Oh, do you remember?
Yeah, you know, I was starting a reentry group up in Standing Rock.
Yeah.
And, you know, we can always support efforts like that, but you got to remember that's BOP function. That's not us. That's Bureau of Prisons. The federal judiciary is the one who approves that sort of stuff and orders placements in halfway houses, or whether they can or can't go there. So again, these are things we can support, we can talk about, but we don't have the ability to cut. Allison's the U.S. attorney. She doesn't have the ability to say, we're putting a halfway house right there and you're going to start using it. That's just outside of our scope. But, you know, you also got to remember priorities change with administrations. We were under President Obama at that time. We were going out and working on reentry. We don't work on that anymore right now. It's been a while since we've had a concerted reentry effort in Indian country, but I do know Allison has had some discussions with the judges about revitalizing those reentry efforts. And Judge Schulte, who's the new judge who covers this area, has expressed interest in that, correct?
So another question. So is there an actual halfway house on any reservation that you know of?
You know, I think the ones we were talking about back then were going to take place down in Arizona. You know, you've got some reservations that are like right there within Phoenix. I think they were the ones working on it. Off the top of my head, no, I'm not aware.
Oh, wow. You know, I just wanted to readdress that because I think that's really detriment to the healing of our people. So and I thank you guys for coming.
Any more questions? Layla? If there's no more questions, we thank you for coming, answering questions.
Before you close, how can you start on an ongoing basis with this to help get through it? I mean, I don't want this to be the annual meeting or discussion, but we talk about coordinating some kind of
so we all communicate on a regular basis. Start sharing information and eventually have kind of progress going forward.
We are always open to come down and meet. We want to have regular phone calls, we can do that. I was in the habit of sending regular emails. Haven't done that in 6 months, but I was doing it every 3 months, letting you know what we have accomplished. We'll continue to do what we are doing. Kirk Albertson is the AUSA who comes down here every month to meet with different groups to make sure your sex abuse cases are moving forward, child abuse cases are moving forward. Please come down here and meet with law enforcement, but we can have more meetings with council if you think that would be helpful.
And all you have to do is call Lily. I was in Standing Rock yesterday because they called me on Friday and asked me if I could be at a meeting on Tuesday, and I was like, sure. So I went. So anytime you have questions, you just got to reach out to us. We can, between the three of us and the other AUSAs, we can find someone who's able to come for a meeting.
Yeah, we appreciate it, and we just, I'm not a law enforcement, I'm not a prosecutor or lawyer. We have this huge need, so the people, chairman and our people, please continue on in this contact, that we don't have the people to address this.
Do you have that tribal crimes data report where it shows how many federal charges there were, declarations? Oh, you have it?
Yeah, so she's got.
They have it out.
They only had 5, so they handed out here and there, but there's a website.
Where you can download it.
It does not have our declination rate.
No, it doesn't have that.
Yeah, it shows the declaration.
Doesn't show that, but I can tell you it was 7% last year. For the entire district, not just.
It's within just our district?
No, the entire, all 9 states.
Oh, no.
Just the 800.
Okay, you can go around and shake hands. So there you go.
Thank you for coming. Thanks for coming. Yeah, thank you.
I'll have you guys please call. It's only an hour and a half for me.
You know, I never got a chance to call.
I'm in trouble now, watch. It's different. That's what you've done to, that's what we're. I know it's that's why
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think Michelle did ask me about it, but I was wondering if they can actually meet with our Judiciary Committee also.
Just get
Yeah.
it. Yeah, okay, guys.
Make sure that we have an idea that, because we're still in a state of emergency, so we can make sure we get at least a lot of information, I guess, from these. From what we can. Thank you.
I was just gonna say, go ahead and email me. And then I'll have your address, or yeah, send it to yourself. And then we'll have Yeah. We can get that. That's my last one. I don't have to answer calls anymore. I'm on the cards.
send it.
All right, you
Is
should
it-
have my.
is it okay? Thank
And then
you.
he's got my card. You can get
Oh,
it.
okay, so you have
Yeah. Picture of it.
I read that. Wrapped it up in my pocket. And then we got, I already have one.
I like the SC one, no one's, they
Well,
told me
like
that no one
like
had it when I came to your office.
Yeah, it's
We don't come to you with late.
Everybody got it already? Oh, okay.
There's where.
Oh, okay. I was
Nothing going on. You don't know what you don't have.
What day was it? You know, if we all look in if council looks in their emails, there was a Rosebud Sioux Tribe Emergency Action Plan for State of Emergency Violence and Narcotics. There was a plan sent out to us to look at and to read.
We already have one in place. We will follow the tribes. Thank you for thank him for the suggestions. It's similar to that. We're doing it with an actual person that does emergency management, state emergency plans. So
Share those
you asked
things
for
with
it
us.
for today, so we'll get it to you.
Share those things with us, Madam Chair.
Yep.
There shouldn't be no secrets. We should be working together. Everything should be on this table for the people.
Yellow, no white.
Melinda, you want to come with Miss Girl?
Yellow, no white.
Good morning, administration and council. I'm Melinda from Antelope Community again. I brought Tamara Grove with the state senator for District 26. 26. She's here to support us. I reached out to her when the declaration of state emergency happened. I reached out to Tamara. We've been talking. We talked to the director of the FBI, the director of ECI. I'm trying to get resources and get some plans drafted together so we can at least reach out to the communities. And we invited CPA to come and so we could show our support on, we're all dealing with the same issues. We're all addressing violence within our community. So that's the reason why CPA is here, for the support on, trying to get something going as far as a plan. I'm gonna turn the floor over to Tamara, and she could touch on the resources at the state side, and it's going to be the floor.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here today. So it's really good timing coming right after them. So they're talking about the federal level, and I can say from a state level, first of all, from the state level, everyone understands this is a sovereign nation. And so they're not gonna come in busting doors down unless we have some kind of an agreement and everybody understands and we're all flowing in the same direction. And so speaking with the FBI, they're like, well, we can't do anything until we have some kind of agreement. So I spoke with the Secretary of Public Safety, Secretary Perry, and he is more than willing to work with the tribe to come up with an agreement where we can collaborate on the state side with the tribe. So bringing in like the sheriff's department, if that's what the tribe is interested in doing for a specific period of time that works for the tribe. But it also would be, they say, can we also, you know, if we need help from the tribe, then the tribe would come in response. This form, the template that they have written up with Standing Rock. And so I have that if anyone's interested in looking that over. They're very specific on, you know, acknowledging cultural differences. They're not going to come in and enforce state law. They would only enforce tribal law, and they would only do what the tribes request. And again, that's for that period of time that the tribe requested that. And so that's just one of the ways that the state is willing to assist. I can just tell you from what we've done over in Lower Brule, we have the drug courts and those types of things that kind of try to, you know, head things off at the pass. And then of course the rehabilitation, and that's also another thing on the state side. As the senator of the district, I'm working really hard to move away from throwing everyone into jail with a felony. So we were able to get a law passed that stops that this last session. I was able to get that through. And so if someone is picked up for like, you know, addiction or whatever stateside, they're not going to get a felony immediately. The focus is rehabilitation. So now the next big thing is, okay, we did that step. The next step is what you guys were just talking about earlier, rehabilitation, and that is where some funding is going to go. I've had conversations with the Attorney General, and funding will be going towards rehabilitation on both sides. I made it very clear, as was stated earlier, that family is extremely important in the process of, you know, helping someone get well, right? To take that next right step. And so having like one big central massive prison is probably not the South Dakota way. And what we need are where people that don't have transportation, that they can get to their family members and that is closer. So we're having those conversations. I don't know what that looks like yet, but I do know that they're very seriously considering the rehabilitation that will be on both sides of the state. So we'll have one on the east side and the west side of the state. So that helps a little bit. I hope that's the plan. So, yeah.
Thank you, Tamara.
Yeah.
If there's no questions, it's almost time to eat.
Are you ready?
Yeah. You want to have Russell do a prayer?
We want to provide, we just want to provide council and administration with the lunch today. I want to thank you guys for supporting us, supporting the community. It was a tough week afterwards. It was really tough. And we told you guys what we're going to be dealing with, and that's what we dealt with for the whole week. But we want to thank you guys for helping push things quiet down a little bit on that street, so the elders are able to sleep and the children are able to be outside and ride their bikes. So I just want to express my appreciation for council and administration for taking the action they did. Providing you guys a lunch meal today. And I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tamara.
And Russell, can you do a prayer?
Stand up now.
Well, we've been asked to say a prayer, and I know there's a lot of topics of thought and discussion, and now we're gonna have to process all this thought and in a good way. And so, you know, we want to say a special prayer for our people, our families, and our communities. And I'm glad they're organizing now and coming together to support what we're trying to do here. So with that, I'm gonna say a prayer in that way, so bear with me. Oya Kashira, Akashne, Wotaku, Machata, Yoki, Pompetua, Oyudicha. And so many Joel Daku, Wota, Kiapi, Winkata, Wayuka, Wokakne, Wableze, and Wakwala, and Kupo. The Komane Togatakia, Dorte, we joined us and one cocketa, or you can Vasu was Christian Wiccan Chapel, or you can bet you the Wayaki Gluitapina, or Kia Fiction, Otaku was dead Kokataka Wayne, Hui Chapel, wait there, you may have the, or you can wait the Lana Yaka on Garden, you can't Lani, get that way about it. I bet you get that Ushakila, or Mitaku, yeah.
We'll recess until 1.
Deputy will interpret that, prayer.
right now, so she should be in shortly. That looks like next on our agenda is MRGB Consulting. Go ahead and get started with that.
Yeah, Kevin runs to the bottom.
He's in treasurer Boyd's office. He's in treasurer Boyd's office. Do you want to get started, or do you want to wait for him, Ross?
Good, chair for Kevin when he comes.
Yeah.
He's not here, he doesn't get a good chair, that's how it works, so. All right, good afternoon, is this the best way to hear me? Do I need to? We're good. And I think,
I think it's on his laptop, maybe you can use your laptop.
getting feedback.
It just has to mute, right?
So mute, yeah. All right. Good afternoon, council. It's good to see everybody. I'm Ross Garlick Bell with MRGB Consulting. President Killer should be here in a minute. I'll go ahead and start walking through some of the review of session, this South Dakota's legislative session. As you know, we came in November and kind of gave you a brief of what was going to happen. Now we have what actually happened. I hope you all are getting the reports that we've been sending out on the bills and their status and such. But one of the things that did happen after we talked was with the elections for leadership in the minority caucus. There was a split. And so Representative Poyer did not caucus with the minority caucus this year, and neither did Senator Foster. There was some issues with the election for leadership and some split decisions on that. And so that's why you see that they sat different during session and they held their own caucus during session. And that helped with some of the bills and stuff. It allowed them to play on both sides of the aisle to get things through, but it did make a unique dynamic. And again, they purposely sat in different areas because they were not with the caucus. We did get obviously a new lieutenant governor once Governor Noem took her cabinet position. Lieutenant Governor Tony Van Housen. He's a longtime chief of staff under Dugard and Noem. Then he went to the state Senate or state House, and then was elevated to lieutenant governor under Governor Roden. And he seems to be open to working with the tribes on their issues. Now, we did have some success this session. Representative Emery pushed some very good bills. He got one through on the paramedic endorsement. He did push for the Department of Revenue bill that we'd asked for to get an annual report to tribal governments regarding how much tax is being collected from tribal areas. What we found in that hearing was kind of interesting. There are areas that the state seems to be collecting online remote sales tax that they shouldn't be. And so what the legislature seemed to want to do is have the Department of Revenue kind of investigate that before pushing through something. So next session, if there is no report, then we have, the legislature has signaled they'd be back and behind forcing that report through legislation. One area that seemed to be a problem is Lower Brule, where they don't have a tax compact with the state, but online sales tax revenue is being collected from enrolled members of Lower Brule on tribal land. And the state said they couldn't have a way to separate that. Rosebud's tax department did come up and testify, and the testimony was great. They just wanted to give DOR some time to try to explain what's going on and seeing if they can do that separation of online remote sales tax versus in-person sales tax.
So we'll hopefully see some progress with that in time for session, and if not, then the tribe should be asking for that bill to come through to force the state to show how much they're collecting, and if there's owed money, they need to be repaying it. The problem the state has, from what we gathered, is if they admit that they're over collecting and that they have trouble splitting that up, then Wayfair gets into trouble, because Wayfair is not supposed to create a burden on businesses and such in its implementation. If this is creating a burden, it could be something that would overturn Wayfair, which the state doesn't want because they fought to get that online sales tax. So that's why there's some caution there of how to proceed and then seeing how the state can collect that. But they had a little bit of so the feeling was the state should be able to separate that without a hardship. Their argument that they can't is just an internal issue.
So Ross, I have
Yes.
a question for you. So our East Reservation communities, the taxes collected through South Dakota via Wayfair, does the tribe get those, or do those go to the communities out east?
Well,
or does it depend on if they're on trust land?
A lot of it is supposed to be by address. Like, the idea is that obviously you're entering your address when you're buying something online, so they should know if that land is trust land or not. And what the state's saying is they don't have that necessarily. That's where the legislators didn't buy that too much, that there obviously is a list. And the state had told us when I was working with Yankton Sioux that they could know each parcel, and that if it is trust land, it should be going to the tribe. So, Kevin?
Councilman Sioux. And one of the other things,
Mike?
Yeah, on that.
Oh, wait, I'm
Just
sorry.
continue that discussion that you just now had. When it comes to online, traffic, certainly the bulk of the sales tax collections right now, happen within the boundaries of Todd County. Undisputed, Indian territory, correct? Todd County, undisputed Indian territory, correct? Boundary wise. I mean, Mr. Killer, you can relate to that. So, and when I buy something online, I give my address. So how hard would it be for them to identify purchases online within Todd County? Pretty simple. Outside of Todd County, where there's, Mud County, Tripp County, those places, I can see where that would be, could be a problem. But most of the retail buying right now takes place within Todd County, So, and I would think that would be the same with online purchasing. If I'm making any sense at all.
no.
And again, because you have to give your address when you buy something online. Retailers know what they have to make reports to the state of South Dakota. So I can't see it being why it would be so difficult.
Thank you, Councilman. And, I think one of the things that came up, and Vice Chairwoman, to your point and to your question, when this bill first passed, when it first went through the legislature, it was, at the time, all the tribes' E911 systems weren't in place. So they always, and again, that impacts voting, all this other kind of stuff. But that was one of the reasons why they said we can't, pinpoint where these taxes are collected. But since then, E911's come on place. I think mostly everybody has some kind of address on file that you could kind of pinpoint and do that. The other way that this tax bills are kind of broken out, and the way that the tax rate, the revenue share is shared with the state, is that, for example, Todd County, Oglala County, they say that, okay, we only pay, I think, at Oglala County in our tax collection or our tax agreement with the state of South Dakota, I think we pay about I'd say about 5% of that goes back to the state, because they say that they base it on population, so that 95% of the people are members. Yeah, and it's around that. But I think now, you're raising a good point of where, you could track this and pinpoint it to where, regardless of
I'm
what.
speaking strictly to Rosebud. We do
Yeah.
have a compact,
Exactly,
you know,
yeah.
sales tax agreement with them, you know, so
Yeah.
I can't understand any complexity to it. you know.
Yeah, and that's always been kind of the issue, and that we've been trying to raise that, and
And
Ross,
the town county doesn't matter whether the land is trust or fee.
yeah.
Sales tax still
It's
applies.
still, yeah, exactly. And that's one of the areas that we're trying to figure that out with Yankton. But it would be good to, as we kind of move forward into this next legislative session, of actually putting that on the table. And maybe, I know that visiting with Councilman DeBrey, you know, like, I know that there's a request to ask for the governor to meet, putting that on the table as one of the outcomes of that meeting. That might be something good to think about, so.
Thank you. Good morning, guys. I just had a quick question. Sorry to jump in and you didn't even get started, but just in relation to the conversation that was just going on, is there an opportunity in any of that to use the idea of better tax disbursement or, you know, whatever it, to get us better mail service and addressing? Because I think that's one of the biggest disparities that we have anyway, and it just seems to getting worse and worse the more of the defunding and everything that's going on. And a lot of our people live so remotely. So when you talk about checkerboarding land statuses and trust versus not, if we have to go to the post office, but we're living on trust land, like all of those nuances that are going to be involved in that. But as a tribe, we also just need better internal services or, you know, processes anyway. So I'm just trying to think, is there any opportunity for us to leverage like getting better tax disbursement because we have put an effort to help tribes get better addressing or get a better system or even a better relationship federally with the U.S. Postal Service or however that works out?
One of the problems that we have, that's kind of what Emily's alluding to, is we have our own 911 system, our own addressing that we have in place. We need help to figure out who we get to accept that as official. Because right now we have ours, the state has theirs, and they don't match. That's one of the problems that we're having with this Wayfair thing outside of Todd County, is because our 911 systems don't match. And in Todd County, it's the same way. Our 911 address that the tribe gives us, we use for our purposes, but if UPS gets on there, it's the wrong site. It might say Emily on there, but UPS is going to show Mike. So who do we address that with to get, so it's official? Our sites are official.
Yeah.
We were told maybe the U.S. Postal Service, but we don't know for sure. We need to find out how we start addressing that issue.
Take a look to see where we start at with that, to get those address. So you want the address recognized that the tribe has versus what Todd County's doing, because.
Yes, that's what we like to have, because it doesn't mean anything for anybody right now.
And I was just trying to connect the dots, like, hey, we need this improvement anyway, who can we connect to? Because I felt that maybe they could use that as leverage to get the tax disbursement situation fair or equitable or however that, correct, I guess, accurate. Thank you, that's my question.
Any other questions regarding that? You want to go ahead?
And I know one of the things they're doing right now is kind of trying to average. If you look at the tax compacts, they always, on the online sales tax part, they're putting in there, the tribes do not agree, the tribe and the state do not agree, but they've come up with this amount. And then it's supposed to be worked out. But that's where we're trying to say, okay, if it's supposed to be worked out, how do you find out all the places? Because the state does know that for property tax purposes. They know exactly each parcel, because that's how the state depends on their revenue. And again, there was some argument made too that Amazon, if they have a center here, is that really online if they're delivering from their facility in Sioux Falls, or is that a retail purchase, which that's still an online purchase. It's just being delivered through the Amazon. And so that's some of the stuff that is supposed to be cleared up during the interim. And Representative Emery, I know, is going to be keeping on top of that, as he's been working on this bill with us for 2 years now. And something similar was worked on in North Dakota as well, because they're having similar situation up there too with the tribes. So, and we'll keep looking to see about the address issue and how that could work. All right, next bill that you had Senator Grove, who's your new senator that's in the Republican caucus, and she's been great. She's been really easy to work with and anxious to work with the tribes. And the benefit is that she's in the majority caucus, so she's actually getting stuff through that in the past was presented that didn't get any traction on it. One of those issues is on ingestion and changing the laws on that. She was able to get it through on the first try. I know that Senator Foster and others have tried pushing that for several years and didn't get even out of committee. So the fact that Senator Grove was able to get it through shows where there is some benefit in having someone in the majority caucus that can make that argument. The other bill that she pushed that got traction, well, out of committee first, and she pivoted pretty quickly. You probably all saw that there was a 10 Commandments bill being presented in the legislature, and of course, that's, you know, trying to designate one viewpoint in the school system. What she immediately tried to do was change that to Lakota principles, I think it is, and have a similar bill on that. But when the 10 Commandments died, she pivoted again and brought back the Ocheti Shakoi language for getting the essential understandings implemented in the schools. It's been there on the books, but they've never come up with the regulations. So she grabbed the bill that we'd worked on for several years under Representative Poyer and Foster and others at Bordeaux, and grabbed that language and put it in there as a substitute amendment, basically, a strike all, or she hoghouse it, I guess is the right term. And she did get that out of committee with a unanimous vote, but somehow that flipped on the floor. So the bill died on the floor, but she was able to get it moved with no notice. That was a quick hearing. And again, she brought attention to the issue again to get it there, and they had the Secretary of Education. The other bill that she got through that several tribes have been trying to work on for, well, since I think Kevin was in the legislature, was on the Dakota Removal Act and getting language where the state supports amending that federal legislation to get rid of the banishment. And she put through the resolution and was able to get that passed out as a Senate resolution to Congress. And now that's gone to round, so I think he's going to be working on that legislation now to officially remove the banishment language out of the Dakota Removal Act of 1863. So again, another benefit of her being in the majority. She did other legislation that wasn't directly related to tribes, but you can see she had a pretty successful first year in the legislature, and did reach out to our offices quite a bit for assistance in making sure that she was, you know, hearing what the tribes wanted, and on that stuff. So it was a very busy legislative session. I had somebody do up a chart just to kind of show you how much activity goes on in the 2 months. So as you've seen, we had 269 bills in the House, 220 bills in the Senate. You had several 20 commemorations, 24 in the House, joint resolutions. The governor signed 211 of those bills, so a little under half. He vetoed 2 of them, and I misspelled vetoed, but I'll correct that for the email. And defeated and withdrew. You had several defeated and withdrawn. But what you can see here in these charts, and there I can zoom up, this is every bill in the House. And it's showing you the length of activity. Now, this first line is start a session. This is right here is crossover, so you can see a lot of bills stopped on crossover. That means they died, they didn't get to the other chamber. And then this is the last day of session when the governor has the final day, veto session day, sine die. The 2 vetoes were not overturned, so nothing was signed after that date, so that's why nothing goes to that line. But you can see there's an extreme amount of activity in the legislature that first month when all the bills are hitting. And if you go over here, this is the Senate. Now, the House has 70 members, the Senate, 70, and the House has 35. Or Senate has 35, the House has 70. You can see the Senate is actually matching the House in number of bills. So that means the members are dropping quite a bit more per person. And so you have a lot of activity there. I have some cool graphs that I'll be sending out to an email showing which members had success, how many bills the members were doing. So you can see which members are most active. You know, there is a couple members that dropped like 8, 9 bills, none of them went anywhere. Then there's the ones that dropped 2 or 3, and all 3 were passed. You can tell also that committee-backed bills are the ones that are going through. Usually there are technicalities and little fixes like that. And so a lot of the ones the governor signed were those kind of bills. They weren't broad changing kind of legislation. Any questions on that activity? All right, so we had some other key bills that we pushed. Some were minor. The course in South Dakota Indian Studies requirement, that was really minor. That was the first bill signed by the governor. It was a technicality to get the certification there, so it didn't have any opposition to it. Then there was obviously the carbon pipeline was the biggest issue during session, and they did get the prohibition of eminent domain passed. And obviously there's still a lot of push on that. We did see in working in North Dakota that part of the reason for the carbon pipeline is more for fracking in North Dakota. So it is a way of getting oil in a different form. That carbon is a better way if you pump it in to frack the oil out. And so North Dakota had a resolution on that we thought was interesting, as people here were thinking carbon was just for the environment, carbon sequestration, that the reason why it's going up to where it is in North Dakota is for fracking purposes, which does change it quite a bit on what the position is on that. There were a couple of bills that dealt with making sure the homeless had access to birth certificates, helping with, eliminating barriers to human trafficking enforcement. And then there was another bill that we worked on, Senate Bill 170, that authorized the South Dakota State Brand Board to enter into MOUs with tribes for investigation of cattle theft. We know for the West River tribes, that was something of importance. It may have had a little redundancy to it, but it passed without any opposition. And again, just another way to make another step. And then we watched some of these water resolutions to see where they were going. Any questions on that? All right. Now we'll get to a little bit of the federal side. One last thing on that. Now, there is one issue that we wanted to ask the council and the president and the leadership. We did have a request to try to get a meeting with Governor Roden, where he came down here. We wanted to know where that stood, if that was something. We did work to get the governor to Standing Rock with the governor of North Dakota as a way to kind of start building a new relationship under the new governor. We wanted to understand if that's something that Rosebud wanted to still do, or if that's something that we should hold off on due to the governor's stance on issues like the Garden of Heroes, I think, that he's petitioning for under Trump in the Black Hills. But I know the governor Roden is very anxious to meet with each tribe and come to the tribal areas. I think he just met with Flandreau as well. But I guess we wanted to know, did you still want us to pursue that on the state level? Yes.
Wasn't he asked and he had requested a formal invite from Rosebud?
Yes, he is. He wants an invite, but we've been trying to match up dates, and then we were told to hold.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, thank you. I guess for me, this is probably the best opportunity time to. I think earlier we had a resolution that sent in place there where we're having issues with the hunting season part of it. So I would like to meet with him as, for me personally, to try to get this straightened out as far as them approving their hunting season to say they can hunt on our lands when we say no, there isn't. There's some boundaries there. So I would like to see that happen with him, or I guess we'll pursue it to the executive part of it. So, but anyway, that was just my concern and question on that.
So do you want us to go ahead forward, ask the governor to come down here and meet with the council?
I would like to.
So are you asking for like a motion to make it more formal of an invitation?
Yeah, we
Is that
should
what
probably
the-
take action with the motion to request a formal invite from the president.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ben, second by Charlie. Question. So the motion is to President Wood and I draft a formal letter requesting Governor Rowan to meet with, come down to meet with, come to Rosebud to meet with council.
Just a clarifying question, would it be specifically with only the governor, would there be other representatives or anybody else involved? I was just wondering what the kind of.
So what we did with Standing Rock is we got both governors to come because they straddle the state lines. But we also invited the state legislators to be there so that, because they took the governors on tour of the area too, so they could see the school and housing and stuff, because the governor just hadn't been there. So it's up to the tribe, though, if you want to invite the representatives and stuff to be there. I know Standing Rock asked for the Department of Education to come back to go over issues in particular, because those came up during the discussion, but that was more of a follow-up kind of conversation.
I was thinking of like our.
With RST, yeah, that's what I say.
At least, I mean.
Yep. But like RST.
Senator Groves has been very active so far, Eric.
Eric and Tamara.
So would you want the
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, Secretary.
So just another question, sorry. Just like a recommendation from you, like, because this is kind of going to be not only like a healing process, but kind of a restart in some ways. In my opinion, I don't know if we should push too hard, too fast, but I also want to make it a meaningful engagement. And so I think if it is going to be meaningful to have them there and have that a conversation, I think, yes, invite them. But if it would be better to have a first conversation and then do a follow-up with them, I don't know. I was just wondering if you had a recommendation for us on that aspect of.
Yeah, Councilwoman. So I think one of the things that, just like learning from the Standing Rock visit and seeing how Governor Roden is kind of operating under his administration, it would be good to kind of have a list of priorities. So like, example, Councilman Black Bear brought up the hunting issue, put that on there. Yeah, and then make sure that there's a list that we could actually visit on. Because I think one of the things is that, and, God bless all you guys, but one of the things, sometimes we like to talk a lot and kind of go on different subjects and stuff. And I think to get so to get the most out of the meeting, I think just having a list that we could both stick to, but also make sure that there's a follow-up. And that way, it'll probably be the most productive for both sides.
So is that something that you guys would be able to help?
Yeah, we definitely will.
Because I think like that would be more meaningful for us too, because we want the opportunity to have a better relationship, but also to do it in a meaningful way, but we have a lot to say, you know what I mean? So if we can, phase it or add or something, but if whoever made the motion, I would agree that if it's the timing of the hunting thing, I think we should tackle it if we could.
So include, okay. And then, Kevin, we'll both help with the discussion
Yeah,
points.
we could do that. And we'll look at Leona to kind
Yeah.
of just let all that
Okay.
stuff.
Can we possibly put a date here? I mean, not to coincide with our regularly scheduled council meetings, but maybe like the day before council, sort of like July 8th.
Sure,
Because council
special
will be
one?
the next 2 days after, in case we have any.
Special or? Good special.
Or even the end of
Like-
July, there's
like
like
to have
3
it-
or 4 days at the end of July that we don't have any committees or council scheduled, and I know that might be, with his busy schedule or their busy schedule, that might give a little bit more time. I don't know. if
Like
that-
maybe have the meeting before a council meeting so we can take any action. Okay.
I just didn't know if that.
The next meetings are the 9th and the 10th, and then the 23rd of July. But on the 8th, they have transportation and TLE, but then they meet twice a month too, so. Okay.
If I could just recommend, it might be August, that would be best to grab him, just time-wise, because usually they need a month out to kind of get it on the schedule.
Do you think it'd be beneficial to invite him during the fair or any of those times?
That might be a good idea. And and I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, but it'll probably be like a 2-hour window. That seems to be what they're kind of looking for. And like with Standing Rock, he flew in there at their airport, then did the 2 hours and flew out. So it'd probably be the same kind of window as well.
Thursday will be the election, right? Oh, it's the week after.
Yeah, so we could, I mean,
Is that,
we usually give admin leave, so I don't
how
know.
well with Thursday? Yeah. The youth powwow is on Thursday.
Do we have anything on Wednesday? I mean, I just thought that
Wednesday's council will be the 27th.
Wednesday,
Oh, that's
so-
day for election. Okay.
I think that week would be good, because then we would have council that following week if we needed to act on anything.
It's up to you guys. I mean, that Thursday would be the youth powwow. And
Does it start early? Does anybody remember? I don't remember what time the youth powwow starts. But that might be something that he would want to see, like after he meets with us, maybe we take him up there so they can see our youth, you know, on the way to the airport. I don't know where he's gonna fly out of, on the way back.
what was that date be?
20th, 21st, 22nd would be Thursday, Friday, and then the 23rd is on a Saturday, the week of the fair.
What was that, Thursday, the 20th
The
or the
Thursday
21st?
was the 21st.
What was that date, Tim?
21st?
That would be the Thursday, the 21st.
Yeah, the first day of the fair.
Does everybody agree on that date?
I think so. That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
Motion to be that, 21st August.
Motion. Okay, call for the question. Tammy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not one.
1.
1401. Passed. Mike?
Yeah, are we still taking questions? Were you folks at the session, the meeting between the states and Standing Rock?
Sorry?
You said it was a meeting between the state and Standing Rock?
The governor there, yes.
Yeah, were you there?
Yes.
How did that go?
It went really well. We had both governors there, both being new governors too. It was a good way for them to kind of start fresh. And so we had an agenda. It went about an hour and a half in the council chambers where there was a lot of questions. And then they got on the bus and went out and toured around Fort Yates there. They ran a little bit over time, but I think everybody was fine with that. So it was a good meeting.
The reason I ask is, I've been around for a long time, old school. I've been to meetings with state officials where one in particular, representative from Oglala, you might know, and state representative, at one point they were ready to go outside and get it on. And it broke up the meeting, and it didn't help the relationship at all. After that, it was more destructive than helpful. Yeah. And that was the intent of why I asked the question. How did it go down? And, did you get any sense that it was comfortable for both sides, I guess?
And what was interesting, Councilman, is that more of the questions were steered to Governor Roden than to Governor Armstrong of North Dakota. And that's because the relationship between the state of North Dakota is so much better than it is with South Dakota. So there was a lot of questions to kind of see if Roden was going to take a different tack than Governor Nome and see where that was going. But it was very cordial. Governor Roden gave a gift to the chairwoman to kick it off, a branding iron he made himself that had SR for Standing Rock. And then the questions were, again, informative. Roden did his best to answer those. He had his team there to help. And then they promised to do follow-up and such later on. But Kevin, you would agree, right? There was no tension like you would have expected.
Okay. Yeah, to qualify what I said, the one that's most memorable in my mind is during the Janko administration. And some of his people were pretty feisty. And of course, there was a feisty guy from Pine Ridge there too,
Yeah, no,
It kind of ended up in white clay almost.
I think that's also the different governing styles, because I was thinking, well, it's probably Janklo. That's what I first thought, and sure enough, it was Janklo. But I think with Roden, he is pretty upfront and says what he's going to say, but at the same time, I think he also has he's our former police chief Elgin Young, who's a new Secretary of Tribal Relations. So he knows pretty good about a lot of issues, especially law enforcement. And he's been able to work with Secretary Young kind of in that position. So, and back then, they didn't really have a Native or Secretary of Native Affairs either. So, so it is a good time, but I'm glad that you shared that history because it's just kind of from where we're going to hopefully where we'll be at, is-
And we need to be mindful of, if there's any of that, possibility there. We need to mind our own P's and Q's a lot of times, some of the discussions are pretty touchy, and things can get out of hand pretty quick.
Any other questions? Ben? I'm sorry, Royal was before you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, can't remember which administration, but I know Rodney was the chair and we went up to Hugo here and then now there was some people that kind of really went at him on a couple of his comments, but it was good about building a relationship with the state. He invited us up to sad call. It was building a relationship with the state and the government, the governor, and but you look at Roden, and then you look at I've seen commercials of the election coming up also for the state. So how good is that relationship building as far as Governor Roden and then him running for governor again, and then maybe people running for, and how much you think doing that relationship building versus someone getting in and being in. So how far away is that election from
Councilman Yolo. So I think one of the things that, thank you for the question, is that, I think he learned from also the former governor of how to, of what to do and what not to do. And I think that's why he really wants to, reset and figure out, how do we move forward. But also, I think, and I kind of understand like the different ads that are starting to air. Unfortunately, is this with all the craziness that Ross is going to get into, that's kind of a new political element that we're getting into. Is a lot more advertising. This campaign is going to be a lot earlier. You're going to see a lot more stuff, but I don't think he's going to really talk about the reelection unless that's a question from council that you want to ask him, and feel free to as well. And just trying to figure out, is like if we, just trying to figure out how how's this going to look, with you as governor, with an election on the horizon, all that kind of stuff. And he'll give you his answer, because I can't speak for him or his office or anything like that. But just, based on working in different political cycles since 2004, I don't think we've ever seen election ads this early, because you're seeing them on Facebook, you're seeing them on Instagram, you're seeing them on TV, on X, Twitter, all that kind of stuff. And unfortunately, that's just kind of the reality we're in right now, and it's just like, okay, but at the same time, I'm glad you raised that, because that way at least you can begin to see who's going to be good on our issues and who's going to be not so good on our issues, and where is the pitfalls at. So, so definitely is a good question.
And I would add, Councilman, he still has one more session too. So you want him to be able to be an advocate for any legislation you want passed, but he hasn't declared if he's running again. And you already do have two very conservative candidates that have declared in the primary, one being the Speaker of the House, another being a very wealthy backer in Aberdeen. And then you do have rumors of the congressman running and stuff. So it'll be interesting to see some of the dynamics, where the lieutenant governor wants to go as well. But I think for this meeting, it's policy, which you stick to. And yes, if he's running, he's gonna wanna make sure he does well for Rosebud to maybe pick up some votes in a primary, that he may need, but that's good for Rosebud. And then I would say, because you had to make the request, I think also to have the congressman come and meet. There's another one that as the political seasons are starting, they are very early. I think this is pretty early for the governor's race to already be locking in primary candidates. But you're going to see more of that coming up with all the officials as we move forward. But I would take advantage of that for the tribe if that's my recommendation as they're here.
Ross, can you put Representative Emery's picture back up there?
You don't like that one?
All right, I'll move forward here then. Was there any other questions?
Yeah, mine was just to know that we got to proof ourselves up as a governing body when we do meet with those types of other governances, for say South Dakota. I think it was last year, year before, the former governor wanted to meet, and I know they have said quite a bit of bad things about tribes, and they were looking to try to cover that up, or not cover it up, but I mean kind of smooth it over by inviting tribes. But of course, a lot of tribes have, I guess, banned them from their tribe. But to me, there's a negotiation part because we're going to be having this relationship for the rest of my life, our lives, their lives, everything else. But I guess you do have to go to the lion's den. You do have to make sure that your negotiation skills are better, and also be able to understand and fight for what we want. At the same time, too, be able to understand what they're trying to do too. So again, having that good relationship, that good good relationship, but also good communication, good skills to try to get what we can to help our people. But at the same time, too, know that the state is trying to do theirs. So for me, we don't even meet these people all the time. It's just the best one time out of the year, or not year, but I guess a big time when they come down to meet with us. So for me, before, I was in favor of meeting with them and then on our terms, but at the same time too, have them do the apology, and all this stuff in front of, what they would have is the social media stuff. So these are things, again, that with good negotiation skills, I believe you'll be able to accomplish those. I mean, not to back down, but at the same time too, to understand what they're trying to do, but, have them understand what we want as a tribe, as a governing body. So these are things that, again, I do believe, as old as we are, we should have understanding of what we're trying to do for our people, not to be there to have our own issue to say, if you want to go outside, let's go outside. That's not the way I would think business should be conducted, no matter what, or even if you're going to raise your voice. I mean, those are some things that we should be called out of order. But when you have delegates, and even for us, I expect that if we were to go somewhere else, to have that courtesy, respect, understanding. So now that we're inviting him to come down, I do believe that we should be able to do the same thing. So those are just my concerns, and for my colleagues, that's what I expect to when we meet with them. But at the same time, too, be stern enough to say this is what we're trying to do to help our people and also our lands. But at the same time, too, if they're doing something else that they want, we have to be able to at least come to a consensus on it. So those are just my concerns. And again, I would think that we all should be conducting ourselves in a professional manner, no matter what. So those are just what I would put out there. Thank you.
Any other questions? Move forward.
So I'll jump into the federal. Sorry again for the typo, but we were trying to put this together pretty quick, and my exhaustion level with everything going on is getting pretty high. So executive orders, this president likes them. So what I did here is we decided I wanted to look to see how many executive orders each predecessor has done to this point, and how many they've done total during their administration. Now, for Bush and Obama, that's over two terms, their total. But to date is up to June 6th, which is what we did for this new update on executive orders. And you can see a lot of it, initially is kind of almost where one passes, they're doing executive orders, the new person comes in, they kind of first thing they do is replace those orders with their own. And so that's why the numbers are not too far off during the same window. But you can see Trump during his first one kind of jumped up by almost 15 over Obama during the same window. But then Biden jumped up over that. And now Trump's taken into overdrive with 161 executive orders in the past 5 months, or not even 5 months, I guess 5 months to Friday of being in office, which almost equals the total for Biden during his 4 years. Now, several of these executive orders are, going after lobbying firms or law firms he doesn't like, and then another executive order to rescind it because they made a deal. Same goes with the tariffs and that kind of stuff. So a lot of these are just back and forth for his negotiation part, but it does make it hard to keep up with everything that's going on and where they're impacting. So at the request of the council, we did put together, and I think you've all gotten the first chart that we sent out of the timeline for the executive orders. They're all hyperlinked for you so you can read the orders directly, because the other thing we're noticing is on Facebook and social media, the rumor mill of what is actually out going on versus the reality are quite different. And our firm believes really hard that you need to go to the source document and read the source document, not interpretations, because the interpretations are always going to be politically slanted to whoever's doing the interpreting. And so we put together so you have the executive orders and you can read that. What we have done, and it's not on this chart because this is going to be the newest one that will be going out to you at the end of the week, we did on the last one highlight the ones we think that are going to impact the tribes, so that you can have a quick read of those that are there. But we also wanted to show that there's going to be a flurry of executive orders usually when there's a major action going on that the president wants to distract you from. And so if you notice, you'll see the executive orders going flurries when there's a cabinet nomination pending in the Congress. And that again is to keep the attention looking different directions at that time. So that, again, is why we put that in there so you can see when the different appointees were and executive orders that may have matched. Again, we will email this out monthly as we keep updating it for you on the timeline. So I'll jump through this and get to the newest stuff, which, again, he's done a lot. All right, so these are the new slides here for May. And you can see we've now put in the budget, the skinny budget that he pushed, and then also we have the full budget and the SBA order. We wanted to note also where the agencies made put notes of whether tribes would be under like DEI issues. So we've noted that in the timeline as well, so that you have a link to the document where it states that tribes are not to be regarded as DEI programs like with the SBA. Notice there, we did it with HUD and HHS. And then you have here also, again, links to the actual document. So we have the full budget detail for you to read. And then there's HR 1, which is the one big beautiful bill. Again, that's going through a lot of changes. So again, we'll send you to the page where the amendments and stuff are popping up, as the Senate now is doing their magic on reconciliation for the activities there. So we're hoping this chart is what you guys were looking for and kind of getting a map of the Trump administration and where things are at, so that, you know, when your constituents are asking you questions, you can have something to refer to and have there for them. Again, we've seen stuff out there, and one example I saw was when the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs was being nominated. There was a whole bunch of memes going out there that the title had been shortened and the title was being robbed because of the way it was printed in the congressional record. If you looked at the side by side, they weren't the exact same documents. They were two different documents, and the titles hadn't changed. They were exactly the same under Biden as they were with Trump. It's just the process, and people had taken them out of order. Because they took them out of order, they thought there was a shift in what was being respected for tribes. So are there any questions, or do you want anything else added to this? We're trying to make this so it's not too overwhelming with all the stuff coming out, but something that would be beneficial. And if there's other stuff we can add, please let us know. It just gets to be a bigger document, but that's fine. It's helping us too, just to do that.
Emily, I just have a quick thing. On the timeline, I really appreciate it. It's helpful for me to have those hyperlinks and everything. The only thing I was getting myself confused is when you send them as a PDF, they're not going to include your most recent one. Or you know what I mean? Like, would it be easier to send a link to something that's going to get the real time whatever versus am I looking at the most recent PDF or whatever?
Well, what I was trying to do is maybe send out once a month an updated.
Okay.
So that you got the whole thing, so you can delete the past month and the full.
And that'll include that one?
Yes.
The previous. Okay,
So it's a continuous timeline is what we're doing, because I'm not computer savvy to have it online. And so that would be really cool if you could have it where you could jump, and I may talk to a programmer about that.
No, I I just wasn't sure, and that makes a lot more sense. So if I go to the most recent one that you send, that'll include everything previous up to date.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll be sending you the most recent one in the next, probably on Friday. Because we just got this put together, updated with the new list I sent the graphics guy. And then I need to go through and highlight which ones impact tribes so that you can know which one's more important to look at versus having to go through everyone. And then we are looking at doing a sheet that kind of describes those key executive orders as well, with links to the previous executive orders that they removed. Like if they, like the STEM one, if they replaced the STEM board, you have a link to what they replaced so you can, again, have the source document and know exactly what's being discussed with that executive order. Because a lot of them seem a lot more scary than they actually are.
And that's why I appreciated your guys' kind of not like summary of them sometimes, because I've been trying to like check, like you said, the page itself, but there gets to be so many of them and they get kind of wordy sometimes. It's hard to decipher like what are they really saying, what are they trying to hide in there, and so I appreciate
Yes.
that.
Well, Kevin loves Chat GPT, so.
Thank you.
So Ross, have you, are the Native American offices within a lot of the federal agency offices, have they maintained those?
I'm sorry?
Like the Native American offices within the federal agency offices? Have they maintained those positions within there? Like
So far that I've
specifically-
seen, yes.
Specifically with the White House?
You mean, in the White House? I don't know if they have eliminated, or they just haven't appointed somebody into that position. A lot of it is, they haven't appointed a lot of people either. So there is some delay on that, so we'll have to see what they end up doing. I know that in the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs for Tribal Affairs, I think they have somebody that's overseeing it. I don't know if they've actually put somebody that's gonna, or if they're gonna put somebody that's just working with the tribes. Last time, Mr. Kozier, I think his name was, during Trump 1, he kind of was the tribes and other stuff. So they may go to that, and just waiting to see what they do.
What about within the treasury?
What was that?
Within the treasury?
Within the Treasury? I'm not sure. I don't think so yet.
I don't think so, not yet.
I don't think they've done anything like that, but everything's moving quick, so it's trying to figure out. I know that Secretary Flute now is over at Department of Homeland Security, advising on tribal affairs there.
So then who's our state tribal?
What's the gentleman's name from Oglala?
Is it Elgin Young? It's one.
Yeah, the former police chief.
Yeah, Elgin Young.
Elgin Young?
Yeah, Elgin Young. He used to be our former chief, Pine Ridge.
Okay.
But, yeah, he's the new one. So.
Yeah, so Secretary Flute now is the tribal affairs at Homeland Security. And what we can do is try to get those offices too. I'm sure there's a couple people trying to track that, but we'll try to get that as well on list. Because I'm a visual person, so to me, if I can map stuff out, it makes it a lot easier on that. So, and again, if there's key regulations too, we'll start trying to fit those into this chart as well so that you have that going. All right. Before I get into the one big, beautiful bill, I'm going to get into the president's appropriate budget recommendation. And please tell me, Vice Chair, if we're running too long. So, okay.
That's council.
Okay. Now, I did send this out as well. You had the skinny budget first, which kind of was really vague and hard to interpret where the cuts were going to be. They merged programs and then deducted from those programs, and so it wasn't sure where it was at. But on May 30th, the president released without much fanfare, purposely, his full budget, which had the numbers and the cuts. And as you can see, there were some significant cuts. One being to Nahasda, the Native American Housing Competitive Grant that's been in there was eliminated. And that's, it was $100 million. And so that was significant. The other thing that was hit back was the Indian Community Development Block Grant. The $5 million, I believe, is just for like administrative wrap-up. And so there were significant cuts there. You also saw just the community And so it's not clear how much of that is accurate and how much is just them using that as a valid excuse to do the cuts. Now, it wasn't just Indian country that took a big hit. All programs in the federal government kind of got across the board about 25% cuts, except for defense, which got an increase. Obviously, the interest you can't touch in Social Security, but discretionary programs, it was 25% for most agencies across the board. With IHS, there was a little, I believe, a bump up there. And I'm trying to figure out with the advance approach. I don't think the president puts that in their budget, but we're trying to firm that because it wasn't mentioned, but doesn't mean that it's not something that's already there. They're just using the numbers from the previous year. So again, you have some programs like Youth Build that was zeroed out, whereas, veteran housing loans was increased. And Light Heat was the big one. That was another hit. That was zeroed out. But again, this is the president's request. So on the process, this is the first step in the federal appropriations move. And so the president's budget always gets thrown in the garbage by Congress, and you'll see the Congress pass their own budget. They'll sometimes take some numbers from the president's recommendation, but a lot of the time they'll go with their own numbers or sustain current levels. So we'll see how it goes with this new Congress and how they are with Trump. So, and again, if we're not covering a program that's of interest in this chart, we can add it. We're just trying to hit kind of the major ones so you can get the quick read. And the links here again are to the hard source, to the justifications that each agency gave for their program, so you can read the actual language for why they made their cuts for those programs.
And I think one of the things that we need to, especially as tribes, figure out with Senator Thune being there, this is the time to lobby him, talk to him, really push, LEAP or Medicaid, Medicare. One of the things with Medicaid, Medicare, it's polling, I think, I read somewhere today, a Kaiser Family Foundation, it's polling very popular. It's about 80%, there's an 80% support of it. And, within Republicans, it's actually the big beautiful bill is losing. So again, they're starting to figure this out. So this is the best time to actually go out and really lobby and figure out how to do it.
Well, lobbying,
for those reasons. North Carolina has a very powerful senator that would be pushing for, say, Lumbee that are in the HOSTA, and that kind of stuff. So they get included in there as a compromise to get votes. So, but lobbying wise, anybody can lobby. You're a constituent. You're allowed to talk to Senator Thune as much as you want as a constituent. And the tribe's a constituent. Kevin and I are registered as lobbyists because we're going up there. We're not the tribe. We're your representative there, but we have to register just because they want to register what we're doing and then who's funding us to be there to talk. The tribe can go up there and meet as much as you need to get that across. And the benefit right now that you have with Senator Thune is you have the most powerful senator as your senator. And so he needs to hear what's going on and how this will impact South Dakota, because he knows Daschle was the majority leader. Was he majority leader at the time when he got beat by Thune? Was it Thune? Yeah, it's Thune. So he knows exactly what it is not to listen to the constituency, because your opponent can take you out, even if you're the most powerful senator at the time. You got to watch your back, because the local guy can come back and get you. And so, again, this is a great situation for the tribes. You have the majority leader there to hear that information. But again, you don't have to worry about the lobbying requirements. And actually, South Dakota got rid of that for tribal leaders too. That was one of the bills Senator Heinert did, was to get rid of tribal members or council members having to register as lobbyists, because it was government to government, and you shouldn't have had to register like that. The ambassadors aren't told to register, only if they're hiring people to go and do more voices around the Capitol.
Is there any new security issues to go into any offices or to speak to, schedule a meeting with any of the state or federal House or Senate?
I'm sorry, what?
Any security measures?
So there's always, the question was about security measures. And like with Senator Thune, since he's the majority leader, there is, because, he holds that title and he's basically third, fourth in line to succession, if something happens. So there's always been Secret Service, Senator rounds, not necessarily, but to get into the buildings, there is, it's always you gotta go through take everything off, all that. But,
Everything, yeah.
not everything. Health and all that good stuff. So, yeah. But I mean, other than that, it's pretty, and then, it's always good to invite them here too.
Yeah.
So at least you get that one-on-one time and stuff.
Yeah.
And I know that Congressman Johnson will probably be willing to do that. Senator Thune, Senator Round, and
Abby. When we went to DC in April, the security wasn't that bad, Roy. The security wasn't that bad. We just had to, take the glasses off, belts, whatever, and then we were able to go in. We had a whole list of people that we met with. In regards to like the Lumbee tribe, I think they were recently recognized by their.
They're in the process, yeah.
Okay.
The president says he will, but it hasn't been officially done yet through
Well, the
Interior.
executive order was signed, right, and they have to go through the.
Yeah, that's the.
They're trying to avoid the regular process.
And I know there's couple tribes fighting that recognition at this time, but one of the things that we requested with Hope was a means testing, because you have the billionaire tribes and millionaire tribes that have all this money to bring in representation and whatnot and get more funds, whereas you have us larger tribes that don't have all that money. So we requested a means testing. I don't know how that's gonna go or how far that went, but I believe it's still in the process, because we did discuss it the last time when we went to Oregon again.
And this conversation brings up something that I know would help Kevin and myself, because obviously we're in DC, I'm in DC to help make sure you have those meetings and stuff. And we want to get the tribe out there on its own to discuss issues with each member. And you have Representative Cole, who's the new approach chair, who's an enrolled member in Oklahoma, who wants to hear, but what's missing and used to happen with NAIHC, I know I did this when I was there, we'd take staffers on congressional tours to Indian country so they could see what's going on, because you have a lot of turnover in DC, and a lot of them come from states that don't have tribes. They don't know what's going on, but they're asked to make appropriations, and it's competing against their inner city issues and stuff. And so they're going to divvy it up based on their boss. But if they came out, usually we got higher numbers. The year we took them out to Alaska and stuff, and to Arizona, all of a sudden we beat back President Bush's recommended cuts that year, because all of a sudden they got a reality check that any cuts are going to be a problem when they actually see what's going on, because all they're seeing. But what would help is if we were able to get stats, paper that shows, especially in this climate where they're wanting to do a lot of cuts with DOGE and everything, where you could show how many housing units there are, how many are active. You don't have to give individual numbers or anything that you're giving away data, but broad data that shows, in a pie chart, this is how many rental units, this is what you do with the NAHASDA funds. And this is what would be possible, what's the need still, what the wait list is. Those kind of things. Same with like the roads. These are the amount of miles of roads that are within the tribal area. This is how much needs repair. This is the kind of activities. This is, the food, rural development. And again, what I could do if you want me to is kind of do up like a small, because you want it to be a one page or something that's quick to see, but gives them the idea. But you also then want to invite them to come here so they can actually view it. I know when we took the NASA folks here for Sinta Gleska for the program there, they were just shocked because they were from Alabama. They never understood why housing was a crisis until they came and saw it. And they couldn't believe it. They were shocked that the federal government was allowing the situation there with the boarded up houses and stuff like that. And they thought it was a one-off until they saw another neighborhood. And I think that's important. I think you need to get more than Congressman Johnson here, but you need to get the staff from the Appropriations Committee. You need to invite them, but that's part of going up to DC and sitting down and explaining to them why Rosebud's different than Ogallala, or different than Lumbee, or different than Seminole. Because they don't know. They think a tribe has a casino, a tribe's wealthy. They see the ones that are doing well, and then they don't understand why the ones aren't doing well, because they don't know the geographic locations. They don't understand the differences. And I'm being brutally honest, they're 20-plus-year-old kids that are fresh out of college that are writing the bills. They're doing the appropriations.
And Ross, to that point, I think, and Vice Chairman probably could back me up, and whoever else who's been on council for a long time, we were able to go to Congressman Young, remember, from Alaska, and he knew, first thing, he didn't have to show up. He knew why you were there, all this kind of stuff. But he passed away, and then we lost Congressman Grijalva from Arizona, and he was another really strong proponent of tribal issues, both Republican and Democrat. And it is like a re-education process. It's just making sure that we're always there. And as Ross was saying, you're inviting them out to have, to basically just see. It's not a show, but this is the reality that they're working in. And when they propose these cuts, at least you can go back and justify that. And that's the one thing that, whenever we met with both on the Senate or House side or appropriations, always invite them out.
So again, that would be something that we'd recommend, is getting Rosebud out there. It's good to go with Colt. It's good to go with NCI and do their stuff in the unified voice, but you also need to go out as the individual tribe, because stuff like the competitive grant, making the argument that the tribe wants to be able to go and compete for these funds because the tribe has an individual need that is different than the other tribes is important. But the staff have to know this stuff, and it's not their fault. They just don't know. They're not from places that have the tribal there. And most places that have tribes are single representation states because the population's not there. So, again, Congressman Young was great because he came from Alaska. He understood the rural areas and stuff. But, Congressman Cole is great too. He has Oklahoma. But again, Oklahoma is different than South Dakota. And the formula issues and all the other stuff there that go with that. But you've got to be able to educate the staff that are there and do that. So we'd like to, I think having a sheet on each program that's vital would be good, to at least get it up there so that you're making sure that the tribe's positions are known and what the funding's being used for when, these DOGE people are coming around and stuff. that a staffer can hit back saying, oh, this is what the tribe's doing, this is where the money's going, and this is what, we need to do for them.
But, yeah, you mentioned NCAI, and word is that the NCAI majority tribes representing us are state recognized tribes. Like you look at the caucuses, you look at the people in NCAI. There's no large land base or basically, like you said, Alaska and all them ones that are state recognized tribes. And I know when it comes to large land base and it comes to treaty tribes, a lot of those state tribes don't have a treaty. They don't have a treaty to say, hey, we signed a treaty with the federal government. So when you look at NCAI and you look at any other organization that represents large land-based tribes, they don't have a treaty to say, hey, our ancestors made these agreements years ago with the federal government. So it kind of gets to me where we see NCAI and other organizations take on state recognized tribes because they don't even have a treaty. But as you mentioned that, NCAI, any other organization that wants to represent the Sioux tribes or any other tribe that has a treaty. Oh, yeah.
Any other comments? Do you have anything else?
We'll just quickly, a couple of overarching things. You have the one big beautiful bill that has passed the House by one vote. It's now in the Senate getting rewritten. And so we'll have some more information as we see how that works. It's a reconciliation bill, which is basically kind of we're amending things that we've already changed. So that's where they're kind of authorizing Doge cuts. That's where they're doing the other things. Yeah, and so that bill, we'll see how that goes through the Senate and gets done there. And then obviously, the political environment right now internationally could change the dynamic of what's going on the Hill quite drastically over the next couple of days. And so we'll be watching how that goes down because that could also eat up Congress's whole discussion and time on that. So again, that's, I think, everything, right, Kevin? We're watching on the Big Beautiful Act. They did exempt tribes on the workforce requirements for Medicaid. And so we'll be watching there. But as soon as you guys want to schedule that trip to DC, we'd like to get that organized for you and then start getting those one-pagers together so that you have that, even when you go with Colt, to have those ready to go as to specific for Rosebud. So thanks for your time. And again, I know it's a lot of information, but you haven't seen us for 7 months, so.
Ross, before, we think council thinks about scheduling a trip to DC, maybe you should come up with your type of agenda or
Yeah.
itinerary on who should be visited.
Yeah, I can do that and get that to you guys. It'd probably be best in September now, because I think we're getting close to them breaking soon. And again, if they're going to war standing, it's not going to be beneficial to be up there on stuff for that. But we can get a tentative agenda for September, maybe, which one they should be in the middle of the approach discussion anyways. And it might be good to invite staffers to come to, the fair and stuff like that too, as a way to see things.
Are you going to reach out to council on the talking points for the governor?
And then one last thing I wanted to say that is exciting is it looks like Santa Gleska is starting that class on the 3D printing. That's with NASA. Hopefully they do start it, because if they don't, they're losing all the funding this year.
No, we're well on track, but
Are they on track with it?
yeah, we've been through the losing funding crisis already.
Okay, perfect, because, I don't want the state trying to grab their 300,000.
The machine, I guess, that is going to be the important ingredient here is been ordered, and it's on its way. It's a year delivery sort of thing because it's manufactured. Comes bought from overseas, the Netherlands, I believe.
Oh, good.
Well,
So
on track.
you spent the money, which is what I wanted to hear, so.
We're imagining it on a ship right now.
Yeah. As long as it's not from China right now. then-
It's not about building houses here, it's about building houses on Mars
Yes.
and developing that technology and then applying it locally.
Yep, and I think they're trying to schedule a tour for some folks down to Austin to see the manufacturing there from the company that's working on that. All right, well, that's all we have, and again, thank you for letting us work with you, and if we have any other questions, please email it. We'll send you out the charts as well, and, you know, I know this is, you wanted to talk politics all afternoon, so. Thank you.
They wanted to do that one.
September.
Good information. You need to come.
Under exception, you guys are always busy.
Hey, Dan. Do you think you could send us a report of the stuff that you gathered while you were out there then? Yeah, because, well, I mean, she's not here right now. You just said something that, went in correlation of what they're talking about, and we've never heard of anything about anything going on down there at these events, so we were just curious if you could send a report to us or something.
Yeah, it makes sense. That makes it harder.
Council, we have, Mr. Fogg, Casino's general manager here. I don't, I'm sorry, I'm behind on our. I don't know what you're.
I'm supposed to be discussing the general manager candidates.
We need to schedule interviews. We need to schedule interviews and decide what we're gonna do.
We have something to do this afternoon.
Go ahead and go off the air and.
Yeah.
there's two resolutions there, and, then I need a resolution to reconsider and amend. The resolution was passed last May that approved of the Jamie Poiney's contract to the director of RESCO. But I don't know why, but they only did it for 3 months. Now it's July 1st, I want to reconsider and amend this and extend it for a year. I don't know why they want to extend it for 3 months. City Council, I'm not sure what you want to do about the, Kathy's not here, but is that the budget for the elder thing on Friday?
She in the building?
I'm not sure where she's at. We'll take care of these resolutions first, and we should be back by then. The first one I'll bring up has to do with the RESCO. It has to do with awarding a contract for Ray Snow to perform. You all remember that the tribe received a 7.8 and purchased some electric buses and an electric trash truck. Well, they advertised and they selected this Grace Snow to perform the contract underneath that grant. So we need a motion for emergency legislation.
It's not.
We're not quorum yet. So. Anyway, that's what that resolution is about. You can read it. And then while waiting for a quorum, the other resolution that she passed out has to deal with contracting the BIA. Sent off a letter of intent, put the BIA notice that we went to contract the rest of the BIA. So this is a contract that would set that in motion. Which the rest of the council is here, but if the council passes this resolution, it does not constitute us contracting it. All this resolution does is tell them that we wish to explore that, and then we're asking for $215,000 of technical assistance funds. And then, so that we would have time to prepare the application. And our goal is to have the application ready and submitted by the end of this fiscal year so that we don't lose any of the funds. Once we submit the application, then the timeline starts and we have 30 days to either yay or nay it. If we yay can agree or not disagree, or we have 90 days to withdraw. So this resolution doesn't commit us to contracting, but it puts it in motion. But anyway.
I just wanted to add from that meeting that was that at the regarding the BIA stuff. The plan at that time, if council were to move forward with this next phase, like the treasurer said, would not obligate the tribe, but it would allow us to access those technical assistance funds to develop a task force to plan, to see what this would look like, so that we can even have a proposal to give to council for us to look at and decide if that's what we want to do. In that whole process of having a task force to develop, if it's feasible, yes, no, whatever, that's when we would also be developing our proposal, which is also the application. Once we were to turn into application, that's what would start that timeline that the treasurer is talking about that would become official because we submitted a proposal. They would review it and tell us if it meets, all this is eligible and all that, and then that would then start the timeline of everything that was mentioned. So I just wanted to say that this is not locking us into that timeline yet, but it would allow us to access funds to develop a task force of people, to get a plan, a proposal together to apply. If that's what council would want at that next phase.
Mike?
Yeah, wait, there was, I believe, some, concern over the Trump administration's, one of their policies was to, eliminate, 638 process and perhaps replace it with something else. Is there any development there, or was that just, talk, or?
No, Mike, there was some talk, but I haven't heard anything official coming out of that.
Probably should ask these guys that were here today.
They know less than us, Mike, I'm telling you. We've been meeting with them, even the people in DC know less than us. We know more than they do about what's going on. This is something that the tribe had not considered. I mean, it's not something we wanted to do. But with all this reduction in force and reduction in funds, we want to do this before the end of the fiscal year too, so we can save those funds and save those positions. That's all we're trying to do. And once we submit the application, which we want to do before the end of the fiscal year, then that locks those funds into
That's where, I understand that.
So that's all we're trying to do. And then once they're locked in, we still have time to either yay or nay it. Emily?
I just wanted to add, Mike, I'm not sure if some of the things that you're hearing, but I know I was hearing a lot of things about the 638 process and everything. And when I looked a little bit farther into it, what happened was there was an executive order issued taking back some of the previous administration's improvements on the self-determination, but it didn't address the actual process. We can still do that self-determination. It was more just like a for show type thing to say, I'm taking this back, but it did not, from my research and from what I was told, it did not affect our ability to self-determination process at all. It was just, apparently the last administration did an improvement or something, and he took that away. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but I was hearing something.
So we have a corner, go ahead.
It's probably gonna be answered anyway, this, if when we approve this, that survey or that group that will be coming in to I guess, look at this to determine whether or not it's doable or not. I mean, or if we want to do it or not. Because I mean, I just kind of look forward, I mean, not forward, but look back on what we did with the JDC, or not JDC, Adult Corrections, where they ended up having to help them out with some funding, I think, whatever. And then I don't know if we even got those reimbursed. You know what I mean? So those are just some concerns that I was kind of, but I'm sure in that project, they would probably be able to maybe give us that type of information, right?
That's right. No, what this resolution does is notifies the Interior Department that we want access to everything, all the funding records, all the personnel records, everything. We want access to that. We want access to $215,000 to help us develop.
Their number on it? Not yet. So that
And again, no, I don't think anybody knows what the funding is going to be after October 1st. Right now, it's a shooting match.
There may not be much to 638.
There might not be any money at all. But all we're trying to do is lock us in to 24 funding in the event that they don't do away with it. That's all we're trying to do. And then after the first year, if they fund everything, then we can go forward or we can withdraw. That's our prerogative.
So long as we can withdraw,
Yeah, I mean, this resolution, again, does not lock us into any kind of a contract. All this resolution does is put the BIA on notice that we're wishing to contract all of these services, and we're requesting all of this information, and we're also asking them to provide us with technical assistance and money up to $250,000. We pass this, and then our goal is to, between now and September 30th, have a proposal and a plan ready to submit to the area office to contract. And then that would then lock the funds into 24 level that we're going to contract. Then we would have at least 90 days for the government or us to, the government to approve or us to withdraw.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, some things that came up at that meeting and also when it was discussed at committee were, this will also allow us some time to plan because this is really rushed. Like the treasurer said, the intent was to save what we could because of all of these things that are happening. But knowing that this is people's livelihoods as well as our tribal operations and things. And so there was a lot of kind of rumors, there was a lot of things that are already starting about, oh, the tribe's doing this and they're gonna hire their friends or they're gonna get, cut our wages. I mean, we've been hearing all kinds of, or I have anyway, all kinds of rumors specific to this. And I just wanted to tell people listening that those rumors are not true because we don't even know yet. This process, if this is what council wants, will allow us the time to have those decisions. But a lot of those decisions are still going to need a longer term plan. They're still going to need longer term discussions. I don't want to make it look like we're just coming in here and trying, we have everything figured out because we don't. So things about land management, who's going to be responsible for what, who's going to take over this role, who's all that, those are still going to be down the road type decisions. What it was kind of recommended and discussed a little bit at those previous meetings was it would probably be better just to move everything over as is, maybe even leave those buildings if we need to utilize them or however we need to rent that space or whatever we have to do. But it might be beneficial to leave things as is and then start moving things over as we reorganize and as we decide, yes, this is going to work, specifically when it's going through our land management. We all know we have Solo, we have TLE, and we have the Bureau that's helping us manage all of our land. So I just wanted to throw that out there because it is unrest. There is a lot of unanswered things that we're going to have to make decisions and not knowing all of that. So I just wanted to put that out there that there has been some discussion on there, but there's going to have to be a lot more before we get to the point of making all of those determinations.
And so far, everybody I've talked to, the administration, everybody, it's our intention that the people that are currently employed at BIA, because they have the experience and they know what to do, that they would just come with the contract. Hopefully either IPA or if they chose, they could retire, work for us directly, but we want to retain them because they have all the knowledge and experience to run these programs.
Yeah, I was just concerned, I mean, again, too, I wouldn't be doing my job, I mean, we're on air that if we got elected on to do, I guess, to speak up in a manner here, so I'm just concerned that, if we take on that responsibility to be able to financially, I mean, if the government was to cut it, 6 or 8, I mean, all these what ifs, I mean, yeah, we don't know, but I guess to project, like, if it's gonna happen, I mean, we got several possibilities, and I know this, I mean, I understand this is not set in stone, it's just saying that if we do take over BIA, but I'm saying that if we get stuck with a bill, are we able to sustain it? And then maybe come up with another idea, maybe those people that have this knowledge and understanding, experience and everything, they can come to our tribe or even come here to do that. So those are just my concerns, and that's why I say to express it. And I'm only one voice anyway, so I mean, it's just something that I want to be able to express is that, taking on a bigger entity like the BIA to say, well, we're going to contract you guys, but what if we get stuck with the bill? Are we going to be able to do that? Because there's another program that we're going to have to cut here for our own tribe to help sustain that. So that's just what I'm kind of getting at. So that just making sure we crossed all our T's and dotted all our I's to make sure that this is something that we're going to go through. That's just all I'm trying to put out there. Because again, we can say this is a great thing. We got to make sure that the people over there that are getting cut are going to be able to be still working and providing for their families and stuff. So that's kind of what I'm getting at is where, are we going to be able to sustain that? So I'm just making sure, all we're prepared for that. And I guess it's being said. So that's all I was expressing.
I really appreciate that because that's the same worries we're all having. Nobody knows what's going to happen at the end of this thing. Nobody. But I will tell you this, that if the government cuts those positions government cuts that money, those services are not going to be provided. That's still our land. That's still our responsibility to manage that land. And we're going to have to do it with or without the money from the government. Many, many years ago, we first contracted our ambulance service. And our ambulance service, we got into this big fight over money because we weren't getting enough money to provide that service. So for 1 year, we retroceded our ambulance service back to IHS, thinking that IHS is going to continue to provide those services. We have retroceded it. As soon as that money was used up, they shut the program down. So for 6 months, we did not have an ambulance service. So if the government doesn't fund that program or eliminates these positions, those services are not going to be provided, period. So that's the other thing we got to look at.
Either way, we have to find a way to manage. That's our land. We can't just forfeit it and give it up. That's why this is really important for us. There was supposed to be 2 days scheduled for us to hear the directors also and see what their 30% cut is and how they're going to be affected. Time's going by fast. October's going to be here and we don't even have a plan. No plan. Our people have been asking us for a plan and we have nothing. You know, we had that meeting with BIA and there was just a few of us there. And, you know, this stuff's important. And our tribal president should be in here right now because I think on that day of that meeting, she was out helping round dogs up. We have to set our priorities here. And I'm going to make a motion later on to have our meetings when we do presentations, to have our meetings set on a separate date because earlier on, and I wish she was in here so she can't say all that stuff happens when I'm not in there, but she's working on that plan right now or that outline that we requested. But about 3 meetings ago, she did say, we got to get to this agenda. So we're not going to do all these things because we got to get through this agenda. But every agenda since has been bombarded with presentations. So we never get to our agenda. We never get to communities. We never get to communities or the committees. And it's very important because that's where all our information comes from when it comes to these things. You know, BIA, Ray's been here. We need to sit down and really plan these things. So maybe we should all sit at the table and help each other out and plan a schedule and start helping with this agenda because this is serious. Holy buckets. Really serious. Scary serious. We could, you know, with all the funding and it's already passed the house, that budget, holy buckets. We got to really prepare.
I think we got to really watch for our spending too.
Yes, we
especially
do.
during this time and maybe even take a look at our programs that have revenue generating. But
Okay, so, you know, I've been hearing that ever since February, ever since we got hit hard, you know, for a couple of executive orders that came in. And we didn't know how to handle it. We still don't know because like they said, every day is different. But there's one thing that is a constant reminder within this room, within this tribe, within these cell phones is how often we need to meet. I guess the real question I want from my colleagues is how serious is this to us though? Okay. But that's the real question though. It's serious to us. It's the point I'm trying to make is it's not serious. It's not a real serious issue because it isn't serious. It is, but we don't take it serious. We already had a meeting like this, and the only counselor up to show up was Emily Boyd Belandra. And she provided a lot of information on what was said and what wasn't said. And it's those meetings where if this is serious, we need to be there. If it's as serious as it needs to be, we have all day. We can really wait. We can really talk this out and spend as much time as we need if it's that serious. And just like what Madam President said, you know, Madam Vice President said, if it's that we're in a financial crisis, if we are really in a financial crisis, any type of revenue we want, we want to key in on that. We want our programs to key in on any type of revenue, any way that they can come and make their be sustainable, because that's what we want. We want sustainability on this reservation. So yeah, maybe we do need to look at ourselves. Maybe we do need to really push back on our expenditures. A little off topic, I made a request to the back of finance so we can get our reports for our travel, because we got that one time and we haven't gotten it again. It's supposed to be a monthly, consistently thing. But I just want I want us to look at that, because we really need to have an eye opener of an example. These guys were talking about what's going on in DC. A council representative talked about what she went through down in DC. And we never heard any of that stuff. And we're hounding the president to give us a report when we can't even give a report. And so we just need to set the example. That's plain and simple. We just need to set the example. Contracting, or what would you consider this? Contracting? Contracting these 68 programs for the Bureau. This is the main goal of every sovereign nation. Unfortunately, we're put in a corner now to where this is our option. Civil services, all this and that, yeah. But of course, we'll still be here. We'll still be strong. We act like, even though the Rosebud Sioux tribe is a affiliated tribe towards the United States, we act like if that goes away, our people won't be here. We act like our nation will die once that goes away. And that's not, there's a whole people out there that will fight for this, that they just need to know that we're willing to make those sacrifices too. And so I guess if we need or all it is just to bring it on as a resolution, right? Emergency resolution. So I'll wait until you guys' I seen your hands up, so I'll wait till your discussion's over, but I'll move on to this then.
We will still be here, but how are we going to feed our people? How are we going to keep them warm during the winter time? What holy buckets? Like you said earlier, it changes every day. So we really need to have plans A all the way to Z, because what if we have, which they're trying to cut. How are we going to keep everybody warm? Should we start planning and working on getting wood stoves in the homes now and cutting wood right now? Because before we know it, it's going to be cold. So we should actually be working on a winter plan also at the same time with all this stuff. So we really do, maybe just plan some planning meetings and discuss all this stuff too. So that way we can really bear down and get to business. But we got to get these resolutions and one right needs to.
Mike.
In my mind, I like what Chris said. Okay. In my mind, 638, that was the original activity, I guess. Compacting came along later. Now they're both there. And those two processes, in my mind, are really a redefinition of trust responsibility. Right? I mean, the only reason the Bureau's here to begin with is to fulfill trust responsibility that somebody determined. I don't know if the treaties did it or the government, Congress did it, but trust responsibility basically is the government protecting us, I guess, from whatever. They stand between us and the state, when it comes to jurisdictional issues, that sort of thing. So, and things change, and I think we're in an era where we're going to see some dramatic changes from what we're used to, and we need to adapt. If we really are a sovereign, dependent entity, then we have treaties that give us the authority or the power to negotiate with the federal government, what the relationship's going to be. they're obligated under the treaties to provide resources. The definition of what those resources are and how they're delivered, that's what 638 and compact is really all about. And self-determination, sovereignty. Maybe we use those words all the time, Well, throwing off the yoke of bureau trust activities as we know them is a step towards sovereignty and independence, is it not? I believe, we talk about all these organizations in Washington, COLT, NCAI, blah, blah, blah. They're all there because of federally recognized tribes, right? Well, some of us have treaties, which really we're fortunate to have. And that sets us apart. We have more of an entitlement because of those treaties in terms of what the government owes us than all the tribes that don't have treaties. And yet, we're all funded, from the same pot. Kind of get what I'm saying? Is there an organization of tribal nation treaties? Is there such a thing?
There's no such thing, I believe.
And there should be. There should be. Because that's what may define the future of Indian country and what it looks like 100 years from now.
Okay. So this just needs a motion.
No,
Or
we-
emergency. Who is gonna bring it on?
Chris, I think.
Bring it on.
We don't have a quorum, though. Can we get your e-pass?
We don't have a quorum right now.
Oh, we don't?
So, conversation. Hey.
Start reading
Well-
it in. I think Charles is gonna come back and then we'll be right back in.
Okay,
In a motion?
well, no, I was just gonna discuss them because I don't know if I can even make a motion without him being here, in person. But I just wanted to throw this on your guys' radar too. Councilwoman, Juan said it too, we really wish that we could, have the ability to plan ahead. I know that we wish that we could. I wish that we knew what would come, but I do know there's something that we can plan ahead for, which is the stuff that's always consistent within the tribe. It's summertime right now. We should be focusing on winter, like she said. We should start having those talks, getting stuff ready for the plans, getting stuff ready for the idea, possibility, moving stuff to wood, seeing what it is to put a wood stove into some houses. Because I'm pretty sure all SWA houses have a wood stove. But for the personal ones, maybe we could help out with something like that and another plan coming later on. But another thing too is school. School starts in August. You're gonna get those messages, those texts, those calls. So might as well just put it on our radar now to the possibility of building orders if that might happen, if that might not happen with our climate of the unknown. But to just is he back yet? No? Okay. But to just throw these things on our radar, just to have them up in mind.
Charlie back in. Amy and then Emily.
One of the motions I wanted to make today, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but is to set one day a month aside for presentations and or honorings. And then another day aside for resolutions and or complaints and concerns. And then council will be able to address the agenda in full at their regularly scheduled meetings. That was something that I wanted to see if that would pass because, like Colt's brought up and we've all seen it, we had nothing but presentation these last 2 days and we have those that still need to be read in and we should have been able to get to those, but we didn't. And, these petition resolutions are ongoing. There's a lot. I honestly feel like we should be able to meet regularly and address those and get them done within a time frame So that way they're not turning into petition resolutions, and I understand a lot of them are for funding, which is a big thing because those are time sensitive. That was one of the motions that I wanted to make today to help us get through all of our concerns, to get through the agenda and whatnot, but I don't know, that's the only thing.
Why don't we, like, so the first two council meetings of the month, right? Maybe the Wednesday can be set aside for discussion and resolutions, and then the Thursday will be for presentations. And then any honorings will be a special council meeting schedule.
When's the last time we got through an agenda though? Like, even with the three, like we haven't got to communities, we haven't got to travel reports underneath your report, we haven't got to secretaries. I think the only reason why we get the treasurer's report is because those are action needed to function. And so I'm with Tammy as far as like, we need more time together. And I think we tried in the past to have planning sessions, but without them being a mandatory session, nobody shows up, which is unfortunate. And so I don't know if like, when you look at a calendar, there's always empty days. Like, can we at least look at July? There's 4 empty days right there, or 3 or something. Can we set those aside to say that's when we're going to hear from our directors, or that's when we're going to plan, or that's when we're going to talk about law enforcement? Because when we have them in a council session on an agenda, we ended up taking the whole time to talk about one discussion when those discussions are definitely needed. But to be more effective, they need to be on a different, either their own day or a whole session, so you can have appropriate people at the meeting, meeting our directors, meeting the people that do that work. Because the thing that I heard from Ross and them today was they need stats. Okay, yeah, stats are part of it, but what they also need is what is our need? And so when you look at things like HUD, we're never gonna make it better if we keep on just accepting what we get and making it worse. Okay, that's part of it. But then the other part is showing that's not even touching our actual need. So I've been on council for almost 2 years and I've asked, what is our need? And I haven't heard it, not saying that people don't know, but we do not have the opportunity. And when I do ask, then I'm told, you're micromanaging simply for asking questions about our department. Right. But I also am hearing from our departments, they want to be heard. They have experience, they have stuff to say, they have stuff to offer. They could alleviate some of our long conversations if they were in the room. So I don't know if there's a way that while we're here today, if we can establish some meetings at the end of July or whenever we have an empty day, or another option would be to mandate every single council person comes to every single committee meeting. And as soon as your committee meeting is done as committee, then we can have council discussions and council meetings. But there are ways to be able to have more conversation and discussion and involvement. Thank you.
And you know, if we got through our agenda and we got through to the committees, that's when our resolutions come forth too. But we never get there. So that's why we're holy buckets, just jam packed there. I think one day we had how many resolutions we had to come down and sign, you know, because we weren't having our meetings.
The committee meetings?
We weren't having council meetings, so holy buckets, we had to come down and sign all those resolutions. So if we really stuck to our agenda and we got through it, every chair on these committees would be able to bring forth the resolutions too. But dang, I think one day, holy, 1 week, I think we got bombarded with like 15 of them, you know. So, yeah, make your motion, Stan.
Mike.
We already have.
Maybe if you did the research, you'd find that probably the last time the council got through the entire agenda, probably between 10 and 15 years ago.
Because they got
And that may sound ridiculous, but I bet you check it out.
We did it twice. We did it twice when Roger.
Now, the other thing is, we almost rule by committee instead of tribal council. You might not like that, but in other words, we have too damn many committee meetings. You know, so we don't have time for, you know, for the council meetings.
There haven't been forums.
Consider that.
We don't get forums.
Committees don't need to be meeting twice a month, you know.
We should be meeting at least.
We need to meet, I know, but you know, I bet you it'd be a lot more productive if we met maybe once every 2 months or once every 3 months.
We're not even doing that though.
We have some committees that haven't met from last year until probably last month, because that means.
That's because we got too damn many committees.
No, because it was just getting called off. Nobody shows up.
I'm seriously suggesting maybe we got too many committees.
I would strongly disagree.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, we can talk about all the business, but we have to have so many committees to do it.
But we should be talking in committees, so.
I make a motion for emergency legislation.
Motion by Chris, seconded by Tammy, question by Schultz, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? Oh, I'm sorry. Push opposed.
0.
And before he starts, I just want to make a comment here, because a lot of people don't, I mean, our resolutions need to state laws, authorities, and that kind of stuff. And then our treaty council is always getting after us for not putting language in about our treaties. So a lot of these resolutions you're going to start seeing now are going to have that. And I know some people criticize it. Why does that have to be in there? But that's why it's in there. So I just want to make those comments because this one has those comments in there. So.
Motion to approve? 164.
Motion to approve 25-154.
Motion by Chris, is there a second? By Mike. Go ahead and read it into the record.
I start off with, of course, whereas. Yeah, I got it. Whereas in 1868 Great Sioux Nation Treaty, the United States directed an Indian agent to maintain a diplomatic agency on the reservation to engage in nation-to-nation relations and receive concerns and complaints, recognize the inherent sovereign authority of the Rosebud tribe, promise to promote self-government, support public safety, law enforcement, and the administration of justice, promote agriculture, economical development, infrastructure, and provide education and healthcare, and support the management of land, natural resources, and water, among the other things. Consistent with the federal trust responsibility to make Rosebud tribe or Rosebud Sioux Reservation a livable, permanent home. See also Act of March 2nd, 1889. And whereas today many of those treaty pledges and central government services are carried out by the Bureau of Indian Affairs under Public Law number 93-638, the Rosebud Sioux tribe is authorized to contract the programs and services of the VA. And upon the 200th anniversary of the Constitution of the United States, Congress enacted a memorial on American treaty relations with Indian nations. Congress specifically acknowledged and reaffirms the trust, responsibility, and obligations of the United States government to Indian tribes for their preservation, protection, and enhancement, including the provision of health, education, social, and economical assistance programs as necessary, and including the duty to assist the tribes in the performance of government responsibility to provide for the social and economic well-being of their members, and to preserve cultural identity and heritage. The Congress also acknowledges the needs to exercise the utmost good faith in upholding its treaties. HR Concurrent Resolution 51, 100th Congress, second session. Therefore, be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux tribe calls upon the Secretary of Interior to fully contract or compact the VA programs and service at the Rosebud Agency to the Rosebud Sioux tribe pursuant to Public Law 93-638 at the full fiscal year 24 appropriated level. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud tribe acknowledges that the United States is moving away from the direct service model of federal employees working at our Rosebud Agency to provide government services, declares our intentions to fully contract and compact VA agency services, positions, and facilities under the Indian Self-Determination Act and the Indian Self-Governance Act. Provide that the Rosebud Sioux tribe calls upon the United States of America to fully honor its treaties with the Rosebud Sioux tribe and the Great Sioux Nation, to fully respect our treaty rights and the federal trust responsibilities. Be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux tribe calls upon the Secretary of the Interior to provide technical assistance for the tribe to enter into a self-governance compact and to stop proposed reduction in force of our Bureau of Indian Affairs Agency and Bureaus of Indian Education employees, to allow the Rosebud Sioux tribe the opportunity to enter such self-determination contracts and or self-governance compact and fairly assume the programs, functions, and services currently provided by the Bureau of Indian Affairs at the Rosebud Agency. Specifically requests the following. Number one, BAA fiscal year 24 budget for Rosebud Agency. Number two, BAA fiscal year 25 budget for Rosebud Agency. Number three, position descriptions and job descriptions for all BAA employees and contracts at the Rosebud Agency. Number four, governing regulations. Number five, policies and procedures. Number six, BAA employee benefits programs, including health insurance, disability, retirement benefits, and information. Number seven, relevant 638 contract and self-governance compact terms and conditions. And be it further resolved that the Rosa Sioux Tribe calls upon the Secretary of the Interior to provide technical assistance for the tribe to enter a comprehensive 93-638 contract and our self-governance compact for such services to allow the Rosa Sioux Tribe the opportunity to enter such 638 contracts and fairly assume the programs, functions, and services currently provided by the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Bureau of Indian Education at the Rosa Agency. Rosa Sioux Tribe calls upon the Secretary of Interior to provide $250,000 in advance indirect costs to fund the program and preparation of said contracts and or compacts as appropriated.
Discussion. Yeah, so basically, this is proactive, right? And then, I don't know if council's aware what BIA, there's something called the Green Book. I know Lisa. I have it in my office. So all those numbers from the appropriations are all in that Green Book that BIA has. We all should have one looking at it, looking over whatever, all that funding that's coming down. And I think that we all should, like you all are saying, work together and know all those numbers that are going into all the BIA and whatever is coming down to us. It's all in that. I don't know, Lisa has a copy. And we all should have a copy. I'll say that much.
Question?
More discussion? Call for the question. Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting.
0.
1-1-0.
Thank you, council. And again, at those meetings we had earlier about, when we were talking about this, the superintendent's position and the awarding officials' positions cannot be contracted. So people are worried about the just responsibility still relies with the superintendent and it's not the secretary of the church. But I just wanted to throw that out there. There's also a lot of discussion about, because of recent lawsuits or whatever, the COBAL and all this stuff, a lot of the tribal assets that the tribe owns as a whole are kind of exempt from any kind of approval process of the Bureau. But what the Bureau did retain is the trust responsibility for the allottees. So that is something that we asked them for. We want to see that in writing, how what we're trying to do affects that process. So that's part of what we're going to learn through this process, how that's going to work. But this second resolution I have out for you, like I said earlier, this is for to award a contract to Grace Snow to provide the deliverables of the grant for $7.879 million that we are awarded from EPA for the charging stations and buses. So if you would make a motion for the station, I'll read it.
The 7.8. 7.8.
$7,879,394.
Motion for emergency by Totes. Second by Mike. Question. Well, for the question, it's for emergency legislation. Oh, it's for emergency. 150. Question by Charlie, all in favor? Does she work with legislative affairs? Are you working with legislative affairs?
Yes.
Can you do the count?
Count. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve 155.
Second.
Motion by Mike. You get a second? By Tammy. Let me read it.
Yeah, start with the fourth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe established the Rosebud Energy Services Company, RESCO, and the RESCO Board of Directors pursuant to RST Ordinance 2023-230 as amended on July 12, 2023, to operate with input from directors of tribal programs and tribal council members to develop and coordinate all aspects of tribal energy development in accordance with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's constitution and bylaws. And whereas RESCO and RESCO's board of directors have the authority and responsibility to review and recommend tribal council approval for energy development plans and projects initiated for the benefit of the tribe. And whereas RST ordinance number 94-125 established a procurement policy and procedures for use by Rosebud Sioux tribal departments and entities that provides purchases of $25,000 and over require the approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. And whereas the United States Department of Environmental Protection Agency has selected the Rosebud Sioux Tribe as a recipient of a climate pollution reduction grant, CPRG, in the amount of $7,879,394 for the implementation of the greenhouse gas reduction measures identified in the CPRG Information Grant Award number 5V-96-889-9001-0 grant. And whereas at the direction of the tribe, RESCO sent out a request for proposals for utility support services, which includes the development and implementation of certain energy grants as authorized by the tribe. And whereas RESCO received 3 responses to the request for proposals, and after review of the related application materials, the RESCO Board of Directors made a motion to hire Gray Snow Sovereign Solutions, GS3, under Tribal Energy Contractor Master Service Agreement for the performance of the work associated with the CPRG Planning Grant, Exhibit A, and the Implementation Grant, Exhibit B. And whereas the RESCO Board of Directors has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approve funding for Exhibit B attached and incorporated by this reference under the Tribal Energy Master Services Contract Agreement between RESCO and GS3 for the services of GS3 to carry out the deliverables required by the tribe CPRG implementation grant in the amount of $7,437,115 due to GS3's unique construction experience, specialized expertise, knowledge, and experience in microgrid design, electric vehicle purchases, and site preparations. And whereas payments under the Exhibit B by RESCO to GS3 are limited to the availability of CPRG implementation grant funds. Therefore, it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves a recommendation of the RESCO Board of Directors and approves funding for Exhibit B to the Tribal Energy Contractor Master Service Agreement between Gray Snow Sovereign Solutions, GS3, and RESCO to provide CPRG implementation grant support services attached and incorporated by reference. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby acknowledges the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and applicable federal laws will govern this agreement with the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Court as a proper form of amendment. To the extent the laws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and federal laws do not address relevant issues, the laws of the state of South Dakota shall apply. Be it further resolved that the Tribal Council of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe delegates authority to Tribal Council are her authorized delegate to fund and execute Exhibit B on behalf of the tribe.
Discussion. Call for the question. Tammy, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting.
0.
So she called the second.
Oh. She what?
She did a second.
We seconded it. Tammy did? Okay.
We need
There's somebody else for the question. Totes. Sorry.
Hey, council, this is the resolution I talked about earlier where I like to have somebody reconsider and amend. And all we want to change here is the last whereas and put the ending date of July 1st, 2025, and we put it on April 30th, 2025. She's passing it out now.
Oh. What was it? Last whereas?
All we're doing is going to extend the date from July 1st to April 30th. April 30th, 2026. Everything else stays the same. All we need to do is reconsider and amend and make that change and go on it.
Well, it says amended May 15th, 2025.
Yeah, because they amended it once, but when they amended it, they only amended it for the 3 months. And that 3 months is going to end July 1st. So what I want to ask to do is amend it again on today's date and extend that to April 30th, 2026.
I'll move. Motion by Royal to reconsider and amend. Seconded by Totes. Question by Tammy. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
11, 0, 0. Motion passed.
That's all the resolutions I have. At some point, whenever Kathy comes back, we're going to talk about what you're going to do with the Elder State.
With what? Elders Day? Do you have that THP one?
Yeah, I was wondering, they're asking if we could get this one addressed today. I got passed out the CHP and CRM, and I'll bring it on.
Motion for emergency? Motion for emergency. By Emily, seconded by Totes. Question by Charles. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion passed. Motion to approve 2025-156. Madam Secretary, 156. Motion by Emily. Second. Ben, go ahead and read it in.
Over on me, whereas one-time funding in the amount of $75,000 has been made available for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Historic Preservation and Cultural Resource Management Program for continued work on the range unit mapping project. Whereas employees of THP and CRM will use GPS technology to shoot points for each cage location on all identified range units. And whereas employees of THP and CRM will assist the local Bureau of Indian Affairs in the development of a video or PowerPoint to show the process used in the grass utilization for the 2023 grazing season, and will attend training regarding scope of work. And therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approves the obligation of funds in the amount of $75,000 for expenditures towards the mapping and media assistance for range units. Now be it finally resolved that the tribal council does direct the president or the designee of the tribe to sign all documents and assurances in conjunction with these activities as amended.
Discussion. Question. Tammy? Tammy, second question.
Is that date right?
All in favor?
Who's not there? I don't know. He was questioning that date of 2023 grazing season, and I wasn't at this meeting, so I don't have any notes on it, so I really am sorry I don't have.
I don't know either.
Maybe we could check on that and then.
The process of the grading.
Yeah, so I think they're just showing how they did the process in 2023, so that they can make a video on it for educating future processors.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Debbie. Okay, now I have a few motions made. Motion to set 1 day a month for presentations and or honorings, and 1 day for resolutions and or comments and complaints, concerns, and council will be able to address the agenda in full at their regularly scheduled meetings. That's my motion.
For what, honoring?
Yes, honorings and presentations.
I'm so sorry.
And 1 day for resolutions and comments and concerns. Resolutions, comments and concerns? Would resolutions come up under the agenda?
Yeah, they would, but sometimes, we get some that need to be done, like real quick. And we won't have to do traveling or.
Okay. Motion to set one day a month. To set a council meeting for one day a month. Is that what you had?
Motion to set one day a month for presentation.
A council meeting
and
hours.
offerings, and one day for resolutions, other complaints and concerns. So council will be able to address the agenda in full at the regular scheduled meeting.
So you're asking for a special meeting? 2 special meetings?
Yes, 2 special meetings, I guess, but my second motion will address that one.
Motion to set a special council meeting.
One day a month for honoring and presentation.
What are presentations?
Like what we had yesterday and today. That took up the whole day.
Right here. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question, Patty? So
Wait, let's get a second on there. This one. Okay. Second.
I'll second, just so I can ask a question. Okay. So the current process, just so I'm understanding this right, is we have agenda set by the Constitution or bylaw or some Constitution. And so what we're doing, and that is to meet 2 times, and so we already have that 3rd meeting a month, which is special. So this motion would be creating 1 or 2 additional, 2 more additional meetings at the
Special meeting.
special meetings. And, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's 8604, that
So Madam
sets the
Secretary,
days
wouldn't a
that
special meeting require a 3-day notice?
That's why we need to set a date on the calendar to say, okay, we're gonna meet on this day.
Then it'll just be on the calendar. That's
Yeah,
the
and then
notice,
it'd be
like,
on the calendar for November.
Oh. What's the difference between this and just setting a special meeting?
At least with this, it's gonna be automatically set, and we can do this until we get the amendments made to 8604 and all the other ordinances.
I thought that before we could change the constitutional law, that you have to do all that stuff first before we can act in on stuff.
So
That's why this is.
that's like a special meeting. We're not changing
See,
the
so that's what I'm
Constitution.
asking, what's the difference?
So I think she's doing that, the same thing. So I think that the Constitution allows mandating the meetings that are the first 2. There was a motion or resolution that then created that 3rd meeting for the, So I think what I'm hearing is she wants to have a motion to create another day of a special meeting similar to that casino meeting, but that will just be set aside for anything in addition that's not already on our current standard agenda. Because when I think resolutions, if we followed if we followed the agenda as is, they would come up underneath appropriate, but because we never get through it. So I'm understanding that it be anything beyond what's already on that existing agenda. So any of these new additions or specials or whatever.
But, okay, so do we, sorry. So do we know that 3rd meeting at the end of the month that we have on Monday was made through a resolution? Can I see that?
Do you have your ordinance digest on your phone, like in your email?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's on the Constitution, then that means it went through the process first.
You
But
mean that 23rd meeting?
Yeah, the 3rd
The
meeting.
Constitution also allows a meeting to be set by the president, and I believe that's how that one was set. Because I didn't have the council didn't have any knowledge of that one, so I'm assuming that one was at.
Liana, do you know what that meeting was set for?
I don't. Do you know who it was set by? Was it
No.
set by the president?
No, I'm talking about, that meeting right there, but like in general, we have 2 meetings at the front and then our last meeting at the end. That's what the last meeting is that the council, casino report.
Okay.
And so I'm curious, if we're talking about if the 3rd meeting at the end of the month was made through a resolution, then I want to see that resolution too before we're trying to overstep the Constitution.
Yeah.
Because if this is
The
just,
intent of special meetings is
yeah, see, that's what I'm
not to
saying.
be meeting every month.
Like, that's what I'm saying is like, what's
It's called regular meetings.
Yeah,
We
that's-
already have a special meeting that we meet with.
We
So
can
we
go
already
in
do it.
regular meetings, because it
But I
says
do
in the Constitution that we can set a time and a place to where we have our meetings. It doesn't have to be designated, but then we have an ordinance that designates those 3 days. So
Emily.
that's where my second
Nicole,
motion.
do you have that on your computer? Either the motion or the resolution that set up that special community or casino meeting? Because we've already
We're
done
on
it.
the 24th,
We're
or
already,
we're not-
not this specific one, but just in general, like have that special meeting, that third meeting of the month, that we don't declare special. So it's, my opinion or my thought is, it was either done by a resolution or by a motion. So Chris is asking what the language says in there, so we can at least follow the proper steps that were passed in accordance to procedure or whatever, right?
Well, okay, so let me explain this the best I can. The city council meetings, and that's what you're talking about, is the council meetings that we have and how we're, don't have time to hit all the other things. What Tammy wants to do is add 2 more of those types of meetings, correct? So that we can get stuff done? Yes. Okay, so we already have 3 council meetings, and what I'm asking is, you said that the 3rd council meeting was made as a special meeting at the end of each month. So then if that's the case, we have it every month, that 3rd council meeting. So who made that 3rd council meeting into a law by resolution? That's what I want to see.
That's what I just asked.
Okay, so the Constitution says, regular meetings of the tribal council shall be held once a month on days and places designated by the tribal council by resolution. Provided special meetings may be called by a majority of council members in writing or by the tribal president in writing with at least 3 days' notice in either case.
We're violating the Constitution. We have been.
A quorum of the tribal council to transact business shall be a majority of the tribal council membership unless a larger number is required elsewhere in its constitution and bylaws. But, so
That sets our date.
No.
so that second meeting on the second week of the month, and then the last meeting on the last Wednesday of the month had to have been done by resolution according to the Constitution.
Real quick, 8604, Section 8, meetings of the tribal council. Regular meetings shall be held once a month on days and at places designated by the resolution of the tribal council. 1, in lieu of an updated annual resolution, each monthly meeting shall be held on the second Wednesday and Thursday of the month unless it is a legal holiday, and the second day shall be set aside for matters requiring the assistance of the tribal general council. 2, no further notice of regular meetings is required. These special meetings may be called by a majority of tribal council members or the tribal president in writing with at least a 3-day notice in either case. So, see, that's how we get the Wednesday and the Thursday.
Is under that ordinance?
Under 8604 ethics.
So would you need to amend your motion to ask Eric to develop or draft the resolution to bring back to us for discussion on doing that?
Okay, well, see,
Because
this
according
is
to
where-
Lisa said, a motion wouldn't cut it. We'd have to have an actual resolution. So
Okay, this is where my other motion would have came in. Motion to have governmental affairs get with the in-house attorney and or the attorney general to amend the ordinance 8604 that sets the meeting dates for council and amend the constitution and bylaws for all committees, commissions, board, and to amend the dates set for all committees and commissions and boards to not conflict with council meeting.
I think that should have been first.
I can do that.
I think your motion died anyway.
Yeah, okay. So I'll make my second motion first.
Maybe Charles stepped out.
Okay.
So could you read what the Constitution says again?
Can you give him a copy?
I'll just read it.
Madam Secretary. Regular meetings of the tribal council shall be held once a month on days and places.
Once a month, regular meetings. Okay, now somehow that got.
But it says, does it,
interpreted by ordinance to create more than one meeting.
But there's more words that allow for it. Just like,
it says, once a month on days and places designated by the tribal council by resolution. So then the resolution enacting ordinance 86.
I just brought this up because let's find out how the ordinance that as it currently exists is written the way it's written.
Supersedes.
Why it was interpreted that way. And I think once we do that, we might have a better legal understanding
So
of.
basically, we only have to be at one council meeting a month and that's it.
I don't know. Is that what that means?
That's why I asked the secretary to provide the resolution that is setting up.
I mean, it says what it says.
But it also allows for others, which is why I requested from the secretary if that other does exist. Because if there is a resolution, this body has authority to pass a resolution to meet more than once, which I'm assuming it has if we've been doing this for years.
I'm assuming that they had, then adopted it into ordinance 8604.
Well, let's act out of education and not ignorance.
There she is.
I don't know, that face doesn't look like she has an answer.
Well, in all honesty, I guess if nobody wants me to get through our agenda, that's fine. It is what
There was
it
a
is.
time when we got through the entire agenda.
Maybe, are you on governmental affairs?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
And
take it
your
up there,
dad
then
was here-
refer
your
it to
dad was
council.
here when we did that.
I know.
We got through the same agenda that we have now.
And my mom was here
Because
too, and both
we
of them all
followed
showed
it
up
and
for
we stuck
council
to it till we
meetings,
got
admin
done.
meetings, all that.
Okay, let's send it back to committee.
Yeah.
I
I
know.
need to make one real quick motion.
You don't have
This is for Eric.
We have a lot more business to do. So that just means it makes us more older data.
It died.
Council, can I make an introduction really quick? This is Cameron Anford, she's my youth worker. So, Christina here, I might have her jump in, well, it's at a minimum, so she doesn't get too confused. Thank you, welcome.
Hello, welcome.
Motion to have the in-house attorney write a letter in support of William Kirkland to be Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs within the Department of the Interior.
Support his, nomination, right?
Yeah, he's an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation.
What was his name?
William Kirkland.
Who supports him? Second. Motion by Tammy, did you get that? They want to support William Kirkland. Seconded by Toltz. Question by Charles. Oh, sorry, discussion.
Yeah, can you give us a rundown on who that is? Like, other than the Navajo
If you
Nation?
read your emails that Hope sends out, which they do send out a lot of emails, because they're very informational, they do.
I know, but can you just address it?
No,
You don't want to address it?
I don't know really personally who he is, but Hope
Being
described
down
him.
I guess, I didn't read it, so I just won't let out somebody. I was hoping, Lisa, do you have my background information?
My motion, holy crap.
Well, we just asked you for clarifying information and you said you didn't have any, so I don't.
But it's in our emails.
I know,
though,
but I
and
didn't
all
read it.
of them.
I should be
That's the
allowed
only
to ask the
reason
question.
why I asked for the motion, because they asked.
For a second. Hope was asking for a motion to be made?
So,
Yeah.
No, what it is they're asking for the Rosebud Sioux tribe to, oh, did you rescind it then?
Yeah, but you can explain it, Lisa.
Yeah, to support his nomination.
For what?
You want to read, did you have your laptop back up again?
No, I showed
Okay. I've had a long day, guys.
We're all in the same room.
so are we gonna go on with the other resolutions, or what's the plan? Because I know that enrollment has like 8 resolutions that they need to get done, so.
Can we call them over?
Yeah, they're ready, they're waiting, they're just waiting on them, and we lost one.
Oh, we lost quorum then. We lost quorum.
Just because we have something to do and.
Yeah.
Is that allowed? Were you expecting?
Well, look at Lila's stuff still there and she left. Why aren't we questioning the ones that
breaking
just
form, I was just wondering
stuff?
why was breaking form bringing up.
Okay, call point of order. I know, did you say you were gonna leave at 4? I don't
I
know.
did.
So 3:30 or 4? I don't know.
I'll stay.
Tammy, are you still gonna just stay, will you stay so we can get enrollment done? All right, call over, let's get them done. They've been waiting for,
Actually, there's some, I have on my page, just to let you know. There's some action you guys need to take on the Elder Day, and I don't know if Kathy's gonna come back, or Treasurer Boyd said that there needs to be some action taken on the
Have a budget for you?
financial, yeah.
can we?
I don't have it, I mean,
Can we do
We haven't
enrollment
seen
first
any, that's
and
what we
then
were
we'll do
waiting
that? Enrollment first and then do the budget?
We haven't seen a budget, so that's what we're waiting for.
I haven't seen one either.
I don't think we can approve it without a budget, which is why the treasurer was waiting for the president.
That, yeah, because he can't release anything, and it's on Friday.
But we need a budget. And all we were told was $71,000, I think, was
I
it?
don't know, I have no
Couldn't
idea.
go over, he said, over 71,000.
68,000 was the $50 that you guys wanted to give to the elderly. And then, the rest of that was for like the dinner.
$50 a piece.
Yeah.
Is that going off the last bill?
That's some of the only enrollment.
Enrollment, come over.
If someone wants to have that.
So we'll do enrollment and then we'll get to yours, Nicole?
What's up?
We'll do enrollment and then get to yours and then we'll get to that
Enrollment's on
budget
here
there.
too. These are all the resolutions we need to.
If they're done with our plan or the outline.
Maybe do they have them? Take 5 minutes, council.
Yeah, I just think go around. Yeah, right.
Yeah, you did.
Thank you, Scott.
I, D,
I'll go ahead and read it in.
Starting with the fourth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorizing to enact resolutions of membership pursuant to Rosebud Sioux Tribe Article 4, Section 1, Part J, and constitutional amendment C effective September 20th, 2007 provides that all persons that can provide 3 generations of lineal descent born after April 1st, 1935 to a member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe regardless of the residence of the parent shall be eligible for enrollment in the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and therefore be resolved that all pending applicants for enrollment shall be subject to this resolution. Article 2, membership of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And all the people under this.
Discussion. Does need some time to go through it? Call for the question. Tammy, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Vote.
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Resolution 225-101.
Motion to bring on 25-11.
Motion by Chris, is there a second? By Totes? Go ahead and read it in.
I'll start off with the fourth whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council is authorized to enact resolution membership pursuant to Rosebud Sioux Tribe Article 4, Section 1, subject, whatever, J, and constitutional amendment C effective September 20th, 2007 provides that all persons that can provide 3 generations of lineal descent born after April 1st, 1935 to a member of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe regardless of the residence of parent shall be eligible for enrollment in the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Therefore be resolved that all pending applicants for enrollment shall be subject to this resolution, and Article 2, membership of the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Be list as follows.
I have a question.
Emily.
Since we have 10 resolutions and they're all the same except for the attachments, can we waive the future readings and just look at the attachments in the future resolution?
Yeah. You can waive the reading and see call.
For the next time.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, that would be a lot. Anyway, thank you.
More discussion? Call for the question. Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Resolution 2025-102. Do you want to bring it on? Marion.
Resolution 2025-102.
Motion by Marion, can I get a second by Totes? Go ahead and read it, or, you want to waive the reading?
And just maybe say for 2 applicants.
Yeah. We'll waive the reading of, for the record. Madam Secretary, we'll waive the reading of the resolution. Any discussion? Call for the question. Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Maybe you can know that they're all the same. Wording on all the resolutions.
I can read on still.
Motion by Chris to bring on
Resolution 25-103.
2025-103, second by Totes.
One applicant, same language as the other 3 resolutions.
Want to waive the reading? What does it say for 1 applicant?
One applicant, yeah.
Madam Secretary, waiving the reading for the resolution.
25-103.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Question. Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting.
1.
Council, I need to interrupt what we're doing right now, and I need to take us into executive, or just off the air, not executive, but just off the air.
We're already off air for,
Okay.
we were on it?
Yeah, you've been on there.
We had asked to be off air. We would just have to put a number on it, right?
Yeah, we just had to amend it, right?
All we had to do was get a number because Wayne had already read it in the record.
Number.
We just had to give it our new number and vote on it because when we did it yesterday.
do that one after this one. Do you want to have them draw this and I get more information, or do you just?
But did this one still need to get through?
They already gave it a number.
It's on the board. Oh, Mike, are you on the board?
I'm on the board.
Oh.
Yeah, they just read it in today.
Table this until we get further clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charles moves to
just
table.
wondering why it's so old and from.
Charles moves to table.
Okay.
Seconded by Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Will it still keep this number?
Yeah.
Oh, 9.
Post.
I'm gonna pull them, it's not gonna vote. 'Cause I don't-
0.
Not voting.
Are you not voting it?
Not.
So for that one, it's 158?
Yeah,
It just has to have the number on it, right?
we have to do emergency legislation, and then Wayne already read it in yesterday. Then we just vote on it. You guys remember it from yesterday?
So I can move for emergency legislation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Emily moves for emergency legislation. Holt seconds. Questions? Charles, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Madam Secretary, what's that new number? 2025-158. Motion to approve 2025-158. By Schultz, seconded by Emily.
I will request to waive the reading from yesterday. Just a reminder is for the drawdown in the amount of 2 million.
It's already been read, it was read.
It's already-
yesterday. Yeah. Waive the reading, because it was read yesterday. Any discussion? Call for the question. Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Okay, looks like governmental affairs will need 3/4 of council to pass those ordinance amendments.
I think they might have did those yesterday.
They did those yesterday?
They tabled one and then, or they tabled two of them, right?
I think we just tabled one and then
One, and then, yeah, then the other ones, into those yesterday.
Chris,
I had a message saying that there was one in there regarding the fair, but I didn't see one in there. Am I missing something?
That one's not ready yet. Not fair.
They do all of like local counties.
the only thing about the fair is you guys were talking about changing the dates, but you left it the same.
But we already handled that one. Okay, I thought I had a message in here saying to look in my tab.
Chris, for you and Corn Creek, they're delivering a pallet of water at each community building. It should be there in about an hour and a half, so you might want to let somebody know at both places that they're going to be delivering a pallet of water at each community building.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we have health board. Health administration applications to South Dakota Department of Health funding opportunity.
Not voting. You're right here. Right here, I'm not
Oh,
voting.
lost quorum. Emily, is the health board one?
Health board one, sorry.
For the health administration application to South Dakota Department of Health funding opportunity? It already has a number.
One second. 2025-105, that one?
Yep. In your folder?
Yeah. I don't know why it's in here, it says budget and finance.
She probably took it, if there wasn't a health board meeting, she probably took it to budget and finance to refer it to council.
And I'll let somebody else, but I don't have any information on it.
Got it, Mike. I'm not even sure which one.
Right here. I'll just read it in if you don't
No,
mind.
I'll read it in. Did this come from Budget and Finance?
It says it went to health board, so I'll just, I don't know what those letters are cut off. Motion to approve 2025-105?
Motion by Emily, second by Totes. I'll read it in.
I'll start at the 4. Whereas the Rosebud tribe has established a tribal budget, or do I have to waive that? Because they didn't go to budget finance, or?
We'll just strike it out.
Whereas the Rosebud Tribe Health Administration has the opportunity to apply for South Dakota Department of Health Opportunity Tobacco Use and Community Engagement for $25,000 to focus on engaging youth and young adults, as well as their community and tobacco efforts, including tobacco prevention, including e-cigarettes and cessation. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Tribal Council approves the application of the Rosebud Tribe Health Administration for the South Dakota Department of Health funding opportunity.
Question. Question. Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Land and Natural Committee.
You got through all of those.
We did?
I didn't do all of them, or just the time sensitive? Oh,
I think they're all time sensitive.
I just remember saying, I think you forgot one. You said, oh, that's because it wasn't time sensitive. So, we didn't do a lot.
Only we talked, right?
We just had 84, 86, and 140 yesterday, and 143. 84, 86, and 143.
We start with 85, 43.
5, 140.
144. There's. Move for resolution 2025-85.
Motion to approve 2025-85 by Emily. Seconded by Totes. Go ahead and read it in.
Okay. Is it okay if I sit down?
Yes.
4, whereas the Rosebud Tribe Department of Game, Fish, and Parks is responsible for the management of the tribe's buffalo project, and whereas the tribe's buffalo project is in need of equipment fencing for herd maintenance, and whereas the Rosebud Tribe did permit RST Game, Fish, and Parks buffalo project to apply for the 2023 herd development, and whereas the Game, Fish, and Parks buffalo project did apply and was awarded $43,625 for the FY 2023 herd development grant, and therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Tribe hereby approves and accepts the herd grant award in the amount of $43,625. Now be it further resolved that the Rosebud Tribe hereby authorizes the chairwoman or their designee to complete and sign all pertinent documents as amended.
Discussion. Call for the question. Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Okay, we have 140.
142, or what was the next one?
You did 140. Well, you did 140 yesterday, so we have 142.
Motion to approve 2025-142.
Motion by Emily, seconded by Totes. Go ahead and read it in.
Okay. To adopt whereas the Rosebud Tribe's Department of Natural Resources is responsible for the management of the tribe's buffalo project, whereas the tribe's buffalo program is in need of equipment, and whereas the Intertribal Buffalo Council, ITBC, has successfully obtained funding through congressional appropriations for member tribes, buffalo project and coordinates distribution of surplus buffalo to tribes from other entities, federal, private, state, and tribal. And whereas the Rosebud Tribe's Department of Natural Resources is in need of financial assistance to further develop the management of the tribe's buffalo herd, make improvements to the infrastructure and pasture, purchase equipment, obtain surplus buffalo from outside entities, and further support all efforts to promote buffalo restoration on the Rosebud Tribe. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Tribe hereby authorizes the Rosebud Tribe Department of Natural Resources to apply for funding through the Intertribal Buffalo Council Herd Development Grant Program, all other funding opportunities available through ITBC for FY 2024 and for any future opportunities or until such time this resolution is no longer valid. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Tribe hereby authorizes the chairperson or their designee to complete and sign all documents thereof as amended.
Any discussion? Is this grant for beautification parks?
Yes, Department of Natural Resources. Yep.
Okay. Go ahead, Tammy.
It was already signed in January.
It's, yeah, sometimes these grants are submitted and signed,
No, this is for.
and then they ask for the resolution of council support. Unless it goes through a petition.
Didn't we do this one today with the poll?
Yeah, the next one? Yeah.
Yeah.
What number is that one?
153. Well, it's 143 on there. It already came to committee, but when he brought it in, then it got a new number.
Did we vote on 142?
Okay, so now we're on 144?
Yeah. Did we vote on 20? Did we vote on
Should be on 144 right now.
We haven't voted on 142 yet.
We didn't vote on it.
Okay.
We have to vote on 142.
Okay. I didn't
Oh,
question. Question by Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
Oh, addition 10. 10, 0.
Not voting.
1.
Now we're on 144, right?
You just voted on 42. And 43 is this morning.
Move to approve 2025-144.
Motion by Emily. Second by Totes.
No question.
Go ahead and read it in.
One for water resources, and I will start on the 3 on RST Resolution 2024-373, approved hiring of KLJ Engineering for the open loop geothermal heating of White River Healthcare Center. And whereas the contingency of $137,161 includes tribal administration for $70,000, including personnel, fringe, insurance, etc., and $12,000 for indirect costs. And whereas the agreement between RST and KLJ Engineering attached has been finalized, and whereas KLJ Engineering scope of services included grant application design, bidding, construction, grant administration, including project management, and whereas KLJ will be paid a lump sum amount of $206,500 for all of the scope of services as mentioned above. And whereas the agreement between RST and KLJ has been reviewed by Water Resources Program and RST Land and Natural Resources Committee, and they have recommended approval to the Tribal Council. And now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approve the committee's recommendation and direct the Tribal President to sign the attached agreement with KLJ on the open loop geothermal heating of the White River Healthcare Center and direct the Water Resources Director for implementation.
Any discussion? We'll call for the question. Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Now we're at 145.
1 second, sorry, I'm behind on my thing. 145, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Motion to approve 2025-145?
Motion by Emily, seconded by Totes. Read it in.
Okay, so this one might take a conversation or two, we'll see. We'll start at Yamni. The Rosebud Tribe supports
the
development.
Pastor.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Whereas the Rosebud Tribe supports the development and implementation of the Agricultural Resource Management Plan, ARMP, to manage the future of tribal agricultural resources pursuant to the American Indian Agricultural Resource Management Act of 1992. And whereas the Rosebud Tribe supported an ARMP working group composed of representatives from various tribal departments and programs to provide guidance and input on the development of the ARMP. And whereas the ARMP working group has prepared, reviewed, and commented on the ARMP, and whereas the general public had an opportunity to provide input on the development of the ARMP, and whereas the Bureau of Indian Affairs has acknowledged the ARMP, And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Tribal Council hereby approves the recommendation of the RST Land and Natural Resources Committee to adopt the ARMP for the Rosebud tribe. And be it finally resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or their designee to sign all pertinent documents thereof as amended. So this one had been trying to come through Land and Natural for a while because it's kind of like an unfunded mandate through BIA where they require it, but we don't get much funding for the type of thing. The flip side of that, however, is it's really meaningful to have for additional funding opportunities, for additional partnership opportunities. So I think they did a really good job bringing the partners in and getting a nice draft here. The only hesitancy that I had from it is making sure that we had enough local people reading it with eyes on it to make sure that these higher level ideas are going to be doable, are going to meet our realistic needs here on the Rosebud. So that would be the only concern that I would have on it, is making sure that we had enough of our local land managers and operators and everybody else to have their eyes on it as well. But that was just the only concerns that came through committee. Any more discussion? Call for the question. Chris? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
We have transportation next.
Can we turn the arrow, please?
Request South Dakota Department of Transportation to begin discussion pathway on US Highway 18. Who's on transportation committee?
Motion to approve 2025-106.
Motion approved by Cowboy. I'm sorry, I need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Chris. Go ahead and read it in.
Seventh whereas. Whereas the distance between the Green Thunder Community Housing Area to the BI Route 1 Rosebud Junction is approximately 4.2 miles, in which the safe system approach and the Towards Zero Death initiatives must be applied. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee acknowledges that the road system on the Rosebud Reservation is in a pedestrian safety crisis and recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council request assistance from the South Dakota Department of Transportation to stop the loss of life along this stretch of US 18. Investing in the transportation system will save lives in the present and in the future, which is the goal of the safe system approach and the Towards Zero Death initiative. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Transportation Committee recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe request the DOT to begin discussions for the construction of a shared youth pathway to move the pedestrian traffic off the safety shoulder and away from vehicular traffic, enhancing the safety of vulnerable road users on this stretch of US Highway 18. And whereas the safety of the pedestrian traffic and to prevent further pedestrian fatalities, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe immediately requests the installation of retroreflective advanced warning signs with flashers to warn the motorized traffic of a high volume of pedestrian traffic in the affected area. Therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council adopts and approves the recommendations of the RST Transportation Committee to request the SD DOT to begin discussion for the construction of a shared use pathways to move the pedestrian traffic off of the safety shoulder and away from vehicular traffic, enhancing the safety of vulnerable road users on this stretch of US Highway 18. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council adopts and approves the recommendations of the RST Transportation. Request the South Dakota Department of Transportation install retroreflective advanced warning signs with flashers to warn the motorized traffic of high volume of pedestrian traffic in the affected area.
There's a map. I got a question.
There's a map on there? Yes, discussion.
Second, I'm curious, this is just requesting information from the state of South Dakota, because it's a federal.
To work with them to help to work with them to set this up.
Sounds like it was starting at the beginning, the discussion portion.
Discussion, yeah, discussion, okay, yeah. And then I think we were supposed to bring this up, because I know two strike between St. Francis and Rosebud here, that was a big.
And they're working on it.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying too. Okay, that's what I'm saying, 'cause I know they need data and information to do that stuff too, and I think, for that area too, they were supposed to be working on it, so I just want to make sure that, with the public also, that it is being worked on, the road from, highway from St. Francis to Rosebud with the pedestrian, because that's the same thing, that we had more that area than we did. So just making sure that people know about it, so that's what I'm at. Anyway, thank you.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. And then, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Madam Chair is back. Roll call. Did we do that yet?
Not since last year.
Yeah, not since last year. Looks like. Good, right?
Almost. For the minutes, I was just looking at,
All that one shot?
yeah.
February 26th, 27th, March 3rd, 26th.
Yeah, March 26, March 27.
April 9th and 10th.
The lane and 10.
May 8th, 14th, 15th, 27th.
They're all on the sheet. Right.
You want to withdraw your motion? I can make it real fast.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to approve the minutes for February 26th, 27th, 25, March 3rd, 26th, 27th, 25, April 9th, 10th, 25, May 8th, 14th, 15th, 22nd, and 28th, 2025.
Second. Royal, question, Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
2. Carried. Are you at the end? Okay. You wanted me to check with the election board to see what was taking so long. All of the backgrounds are complete. What she's waiting on is the fingerprints. I think that the election board needs to redo the time frame because we go past that period of challenge when we're waiting on fingerprints and backgrounds to get done. So I think if they need to look at their time frame of that challenge period, because if it's taking this long to do fingerprints and backgrounds, it puts us off track with the challenge period. Ben?
I had a question on that one too, because I know being, we had a concern with that too when it was on judiciary, that there is a, I guess, technology-wise, and I know the police department and the correctional facility has that technology to do the fingerprints digitally, and they're able to get there quicker than what we are still doing with the background right now. So that was discussed at that time. I know her part was funding issues and things like that, but I don't know if she even actually requested anything like that. So those would be my concerns about trying to, I guess, advance in technology in that department, because again, that would help to get our applications in there quicker as far as like the fingerprint. So they're still doing the same old thing with the ink and then sending it off in the mail. But with the police department and the adult corrections has the actual digitized part of it where they can actually put them on there. So they were concerned about that at the time when I was on judiciary, that they had requested them to come over and even utilize those. So that way it'd be easier for them. But, you know, I understand maybe still used to the same old system. So I would probably see if she can
upgrade.
Yeah, upgrade, I guess, sometime down the road. Otherwise, that'll be the same thing. We'll have issues if we go down the road without being able to advance it. So yeah, but that's just my concern.
Well, it holds up other things too, because like with the detox and the meth center, the individuals that work there have to have a background, and that's a holdup right now of getting our meth unit open, is because they are waiting on backgrounds to be done. Emily and Tammy.
Thank you. I was just wondering, So the fingerprints and backgrounds and everything seems to be an ongoing issue for a long time. So I'm wondering if you could follow up on that, or if we need to make a motion as far as, or maybe I'll just make a motion. Can I make a motion requesting a proposal, including a budget on what it would take to upgrade the technology for that office? And I'd also like to include in that assessment if our current capacity needs additional workers. Because like I said, this is an ongoing thing that's affecting many communities, many committees, and many departments that are very important for our legal structure and other things. And so if we could have that back at the next meeting.
So for the
I'd like a proposal back, including the budget and all of those other
Include training.
assessments about capacity, just to get us to where we should be. Ideally, we would be able to utilize the PD and everybody working collaboratively until we get that purchased. Like that would be an ideal situation. So I hope we could look into that also. But aside from that, I'd like to see what that budget would look like and what their proposal would be. Because if they can't even provide us a proposal for what would take to get them to be at capacity, they might need a little bit more support than what we think.
Yeah, maybe you want to include training too, because if they're going to be getting new equipment, they'll probably have to be trained in utilizing that new equipment.
Sure, that would be part of that as an assessment. Yep. I don't want to put all of those things in there. I'm hoping that whoever is in that department can tell us what they need. I am not that expert. I am not that person. So that's why I didn't want to put too many details in there. But yes, that would be an allowed thing that should be in there.
Okay. Any second? Ben, question, Charles, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Close?
0.
Not voting?
0.
And what's the difference between the fingerprint machine the police department has and what the attorney general's office?
The difference is that they still do the ink and then, I mean, that's kind of more, a little bit more, I guess, that's going to be put in it, but they have to put it in the envelope and mail and then send it off to the FBI for them to actually scan it. So that time frame between they send it off until they receive it, then when they receive it, they check for it and then send back the results in the mail.
And
So
then they have to adjudicate it.
if they have to, well, yeah, if they have to adjudicate too, same thing. So with the police department and the adult corrections, they have the actual digitized deal, so they can actually send those without even having to mail them. They just send them directly, electronically. And then
With new
they're,
technology, you can just scan them.
yep, scan them, and then that way they're able to see them, and then they're able to respond within probably 2 to 3 days. So it's a lot more quicker system because of the, the process and everything, but, the background is still doing the fingerprints, so it's still gonna have to go through the mail, get sent over there, they review it, make sure and send back the results. So about 2 weeks or so.
It is a lot quicker. When I worked at IHS, I was background coordinator and I did do fingerprints, and we had to do them on all medical staff, even our military staff that came and volunteered, and I could get a clearance done in a day.
Yes, definitely. So that's technology, it's the biggest thing ever. Plus you don't have to do the ink, you have to wipe off inks and stuff, so it saves your fingers from getting.
Tammy?
I don't agree with allowing them to file any type of, challenge or anything like that because it goes against the ordinance. Actually, this whole thing goes against the ordinance. Every year, there's always something with the elections. Every election, there's always something that comes up. So either we deal with this problem now and, take action against that board, and then maybe recommend action against the background investigator's office, because this is an ordinance, this is law. This election is supposed to happen. And if we go and allow them to do challenges and whatever, then we are going against the ordinance.
No, they'd still do challenge. What I'm saying
The
is,
challenge period is closed, it says it in the
yeah,
ordinance.
well, I'm talking about the future.
Well, yeah, for the future, but for this specific election, we need to hold somebody accountable, plain and simple.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Calvin? So they didn't get those names out in time, so the people lost their chance for challenge?
If you read your election ordinance, Emily, once they file, then whoever can start filing a challenge against them until the very last day, which I think was June 30th or something, and then they were supposed to be certified.
That they did get a challenge period?
They did get a challenge.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't misinterpreting that. Thank you.
Charles?
Morris, did you have a question or were you just?
Yeah, I think in 3 of the committees I sit on, I think we asked or made motions to have you look into the background checks or whatever, because I think Head Start, I know, was waiting 2 years on some
Yes.
employees. And then I think we also have a motion to, or directive to have Attorney General's office help with background. So I think, I don't know, it's been an issue for.
It's been an
years-
issue
years
for
back
a
or
long
whatever.
time, years. It's not recent. Emily?
That just brought up a good point. As we all know, we understand we're all very busy, especially your office. So is there maybe a more effective way to get action on the motions that are made from committees? Because we
That's
made
what
several
Linda was.
requests to your office to follow up on things because, as you said, you're the only ones that can talk to directors. But when there's no follow-up, that leaves a big gap of communication. So for example, in Plan and Natural, we've been talking about trying to get all of the infrastructure funded for some of the housing projects that are potentially coming. And in the last Plan and Natural, we were told that the tribe put in a request to was told that the tribe put in a request to prioritize the funding that comes for our scattered sites for people to get septic tanks and sewer to their home sites and things. And we were updated that we'll be lucky if we get 5 of those applicants or people on the waiting list because the tribe put in a prioritization to get the Keowapala development funded. And so that was kind of a slap in the face because that committee, we've been talking about if that we were gonna do that, we would do it for the homes that are coming, or the people that are on waiting lists, because that Keowapala development is under REDCO, Echanco, and they have a lot more funding opportunities already coming in that stream. And they probably have maybe 4 people right now on their waiting list. So we're gonna be using up the majority of our funding for our people, for our project, for 4 people versus our waiting list. So I'm just wondering if you could provide clarity, or I guess I was just stating that as an example of how when we can't communicate, you're portraying our priorities a lot different than what we're discussing here on our level.
For the motions that go out through the committees, it's up to the committee chair to follow up on those motions.
And I've always requested that the secretary, and she says the correct thing is for you guys to go to them. And then if we need follow-up, then we can come through that way. So thank you for stating that because I was not aware that we had to physically go to your office for
Yeah, the only
everything.
reason I know that is because I asked the same question when I was sitting at the council table, was who follows up on all these motions? And that's what I was told is
So
that.
you don't have to follow up on your own motions that come to your office?
For mine?
Yes.
That's what Linda works on. That's why she was hired to be that legislative person. And she has been going through the list. She got all the motions from the secretary's office and was creating a whole,
But we're not getting that feedback. So I'm just wondering, how can we have this work better? Because that it's not working right now and we need it to work.
Yeah. And so, aside from that, just to let you guys know, Linda's stroke was very severe. And so I'm gonna be bringing somebody in to fill her spot temporarily. So whoever that is can finish getting those up to par and getting them to me, because that's why I asked for it to be done, is so that I can respond to them and follow up on them.
I'm sure
Because
that delay didn't happen in the week that she's been in the hospital.
Yeah, so, meeting process, motions that we make here, get like a verbatim or something passed out to us, the motions that we make, so then maybe.
I think she's making a motion digest.
I have a motion
Yeah.
digest I could share with you guys, but
That'd be
other than
great.
that, it's in all the motion exhibits in the meeting minutes.
Like, can you individualize which ones made motions and then?
I have a digest that has them every meeting, that has all the motions in there. If I could probably share it with you guys.
I made a lot of motions years back.
Remember, there's a standing motion. I think you might have made it. Remember the business offices for following up on them?
Yeah, like, a year and a half ago. But yeah.
Yeah, who's supposed to follow up?
Business office. You guys made that, they made
Oh,
that
yeah.
last year.
Chris took your motion earlier. Yeah, on approving the minutes.
So do you want the digest printed or do you want it electronic?
Like, I know purpose of a meeting is information exchange, so like when people want to follow up on their motions, like if they put programs or something like that, or they want to do, they take that motion with them and sit in meetings or, you know, these are programs. Hey, this is what I. It's available for any of us.
Hey, don't you send the, Madam Secretary? There's a motion, committee for directors or council motion, be sent out to the directors, right? Yeah.
I agree with Emily over there in regards to, you know, it didn't, this message, you know, that, you know, our directive review, our motion review, our follow-up review, you know, they've been going on for months, and we haven't received anything. We could have at least received some type of report during those months. I've been here since October, and during that time, I think I only heard like 3 reports from you. And I've requested information, and you've told me we're working on it. And one of them was the Civil Rights Office. You said you have something up for me to look at for everybody here by December. December's come and gone. There's other issues that, you know, we wanted to bring to this floor, and then you tell us, well, we're gonna move it to, wait till, you know, we get to committees, or wait till we get to committees on the agenda, you know, we never do, and then we get slapped with the presentations and, you know, the honorings and everything like that, and we don't even get through half of our stuff, which is really sad, because there's a lot of things that need to be addressed, you know, there's a lot of, you know, like all of these petition resolutions, my God, that's a lot, because we didn't meet, you know, and then look at our meeting for the 23rd, it's supposed to be when, Thursday the 26th?
Oh, 23rd.
But why?
25th, but it's
We
a
had to
holiday.
move it because of the holiday.
Okay. I always thought it was on Thursday, I guess that makes it wrong, but my point is that we need to have our meetings. We need to get through our agendas. We need to be able to address our concerns. And then you said Linda's working on this and that, but part of that, was for you to follow up on. So if you can just at least follow up and give us some.
And that's exactly why I asked her to do it for me, because I'm very busy. I don't know what everyone thinks I do in there, but I'm here to chair the meetings. When I'm in there, I'm dealing with personnel issues. I'm dealing with people that come in, the requests that you guys have. When you guys make a request, it's supposed to be by the body, not individually to me. It's supposed to be this body that gives that request to me, not one single person is supposed to give it to me. When council's in session, that's where those decisions are made. When you're out of session, you don't have that same authority as you have as a body. And so I'm following what I've been told to do. That's how it's supposed to be done. I'm very busy when I'm in there. We don't just sit around there. Every one of my staff are busy when they're in there. Lewis is here right now, sick, but he came in to get this so I could hand it out to you. I am doing the best I can. Nothing's going to change in a day. I've been busy all afternoon dealing with a personnel issue that's affecting funding. I've been busy with things that are back there. When I'm not here, the vice president can chair these meetings. I asked Lisa to chair it so I could deal with these issues. When I started, Wayne told me 90% of your job is going to be dealing with personnel issues and people coming in, and that's what it's been. A lot of this stuff, some of this stuff, like the planning and things, you guys can do that too. That's what committees are for. These are some of the stuff you bring up here, not you individually, but anybody. A lot of that stuff is supposed to be, that's a part of legislation, and that's what's supposed to be getting done in the committees. And then it comes to this floor. And if I'm going to continue to be put on the spot here, I still have things I'm trying to get done before Friday. This is supposed to be for legislating. I'm constantly getting under attack. And we're here to do legislation and business for the tribe, not worrying about what I am or am not doing. I'm doing the best I can.
I don't think.
Liana,
it's a
can you
matter
hand
of
this out?
Worried about what you're doing, it's just a matter of communication. Like
My door is always open. If you have questions, you can come to me. Some of the other council reps do. I bring to the floor what I can, what I have prepared. But it makes me look bad when some of you are asking me these questions that I'm working on, but don't realize that all day long I'm busy doing things. I'm doing what I can. I'm getting out what I can. Everything's not going to be fixed and changed by tomorrow. Yes, Toth.
You know, it's not, Madam Chair, and we're not attacking you. We're asking because we're getting attacked in the communities because there's no plans, there's nothing. You know, we're not communicating with people. So from this day forward, we need to all be on the same page and communicate with each other. That's all we're asking. And to get through this agenda, because holy buckets, if we got through this agenda and we got to the committees, we'd be able to do the resolutions. And then the committees would be able to explain to everybody what they have been working on, but we never get to do that. We never get to share nothing with anybody, and we should be able to send emails out and visit with everybody, because we should all be on the same page, you know, and when we come in, like, we should share the agenda before we even come, because sometimes we have to read through the information the same day that we get here. You know, if we could get it out prior to that, and just more communication.
So with the agenda, Totes, just to let you know, I met with Ms. Nicole this morning. Usually, I don't always know either. I go to her. But the agenda items are going to start coming to me to review and to approve before they come here ahead of time. And then I can get it out to you guys. Because I usually ask her what's on the agenda, because some council reps, some people from the outside, some department directors will take stuff to her that needs to come here. And so she puts it on, and then I have to keep checking with her to see what, you know, who's on the agenda now, who's on the agenda now. And so we talked about it this morning. We're going to change the process. It's going to be a step by step. You need to be patient.
It is, you know, we're not.
I'm not making excuses. Come and spend a week in the office with me and my staff and see what we go through all week long.
You know,
It's very busy because we're trying to help everybody. And I have you guys, I have the departments, I have the public, and I not only work at this level, I work at the higher level, working with DC, working with the programs, with the different departments in Washington.
that, you know, when you ran, you knew what you were getting into also, because you sat around this table long enough. You know, and I'm gonna make a motion that we take the discretionary funds away from you, because that takes a lot from you. That's like a social service office, you know, people coming in and asking, maybe we should put it under Wilda's
So when you
program.
do that, where do you want me to send them to?
Well, we can do it, put it under Wilda's program.
No, people have a lot of problems going to social services.
Yeah, we need to address it. That's why we need to have meetings to
Yeah, give
discuss all
back the
these
council
things.
donation. Yes, Alvin.
Yeah, past, I want to make a statement that, you know, I criticize the council people. Well, it's not this, my colleagues that I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing for the past administration for what they have not done. I just want you guys to know that. Thank you.
So on that, what I handed out to you, Louis is in the back office. He's here, he's sick, but he said if you want answers from him, he'll come up here. This is the overview and the outline of what he's been working with, and he's been working with Joan McConey from the FBI and Brian Laurie from Peer. These, when you put this in place, it has to also have the, it has to be reviewed by the FBI, and I can't remember what he said the other one was. He said if I need him to come in, he will. So if you guys want him to explain it to you, I'll bring him in, but this is where he's at with it now. He's been working on it for me.
when I went to a emergency conference.
Yes.
And they were saying that always allow your community to volunteer because everybody cares about their community. Everybody wants to help. Everybody wants to make their community safe. So they said always put out a volunteer list and make your own community safe. 20 communities here, and then I look at. They even said teach the children because they can identify cars or people that don't belong. We may think they don't, but there's somebody in that community that not supposed to be there. You gotta trust your children to, tell and then, so I'm wondering if communities can, maybe, the Chairman's Association can, maybe allow them to have their community members volunteer to help their communities become more safer and help in those ways where communities can be more safer in the future. I'll say that. Gloria.
Thank you, Roy. Emily?
Thank you. I have a question. Does this need approval or are you just moving forward?
No, that's just for your information. We're still working on it. It's only an outline.
I was gonna suggest that if you could maybe take it to, I don't know if it'd be judiciary committee or somebody, but on May 27th, I did email out something that one of our tribal members sent through and it was very detailed. So I'm wondering if you had time to review that? That's cool.
Yeah, Louis sent it to them and it doesn't meet all the standards, so we'll use some of it. We'll
Well, none of it
utilize
was used, which is why I'm wondering if you guys looked at it. Because if you read it, it's very detailed as far as giving some history and some context. And so this doesn't provide any of that.
No, this is just an outline of it, Emily.
But
It's
I'm
not
wondering
done.
why you didn't include any of that, because that would have also been an outline.
Because we
And I-
already started with this.
That's a tribal member regardless of your personal feelings. So I just wanted to make sure that that has something to do with it.
Yeah. We looked at it and we did, it'll be in comparison to that.
Do you remember how
And
many
it's
pages it was?
basically, it's pretty much basically the same. You can go online and Google state of emergency plan and it's exactly the same.
It's not at all. It talks specifically about Rosebud. So I was just wondering. Just clearly
Yeah. We lost quorum.
Also, I know we lost the phone, I wanted to bring it up before you left. The council yesterday passed a motion, directing, get quotes from the interview and Valley.